So, last time, let's continue with our Rift Apart long ass review. A very
Yeah.
detailed and in depth review of Rift Apart. Last time we were here for 5 damn hours to cover 4 points of our 17-point list. So let's try to go faster today. Let's not go like that much in detail, and especially me not go into like, oh, and another detail I remember now and no one noticed, but no one even cares. But I wanted to say here. Um, so yeah, that's more of a thing to me myself. But let's try
Hell.
to to have like
If nobody noticed, that means it's important to point out.
thanks though. But yeah, I'm joined here by whatever English. Zell, as you may have noticed, as usual, as last time. And yeah, let's do this. Let's continue. Let's jump right into it. I'm here with Ratchet and Xerxes because why not? Um, so yeah, last time we finished with combat balance and flow. Um, I think. Well, I wanted to also mention that I forgot the other day. That I don't know where to say this, but I think in combat and or maybe movement or collectibles, which is the next point, the nanotech crates. Um, thanks, Beth. Um, the nanotech crates, you break them and the nanotech just flies away. And sometimes, like I would get it when you're just hoverboarding at top speed, and then you break them, and the nanotech flies away, and you don't get it because you're already like 20 kilometers away. Um, but when you break them with the wrench, sometimes the wrench has the magnet. You can also throw the wrench and what? Oh, okay. This also sometimes happens when you have the
Hell.
no, hold on. I know, but like, okay, here. Um, I have the custom one, so R2 is shortcut 2, which is throw the wrench. But you can see how default is actually selected here. But if I press R2, I throw the wrench, and if I press the second shortcut, I fire. Um, so sometimes this happens where, the default is selected, but it is actually custom one. Then you have to use custom one. So this is correct now, and then go back to default. So actually, this is firing again with R2. So yeah, this sometimes happens. And the point was about the nanotech crates. The wrench has a bit of a magnet as always. Um, so sometimes when you break the crate with a wrench, the nanotech latches onto it and you get the health. But sometimes it doesn't even when breaking it like this, and you have to go and pick it up. And in Renegade Legend, especially in wrench only, that was a nightmare, especially on the Holy Bleep section, because there's this health crate that respawns there. Um, but sometimes you don't get the health, and sometimes there's like a clutch health crate you really need, and you don't get the health crate or like the health pickup, and it's kind of annoying. But yeah, that's it. I don't know if that happened to you, Zal, but
Well, I didn't get to that part.
well,
However, I do know for a fact that that kind of thing happened on PS4
yeah, true,
at the Snaggle Beast fight,
yep,
because the health almost had a preference to jump outside into the
yeah,
lava every time.
yeah. I remember that too. And also in PS4, that's even worse because in PS4, it jumped out of the level and it didn't have like the bolt magnet where if it jumps out of reach, you immediately get it. So yeah, I remember the Snaggle Beast fight too. But yeah, here I don't think I've had the issue where it just jumps out of the level and you don't get it. I don't remember if it has like the bolts that you get it or it just doesn't go outside of the level. But jumping randomly in the opposite direction and not getting it, yeah. And I've been recently watching Zem's playthrough, and he also had a couple of instances where he just breaks a health crate and the nanotech flies away, and he's like, no, but why? But how? But So yeah. Mm. I had that note in point 4 just to close it up. Maybe that also corresponds to point 5, but let's get on to point 5 finally, which is exploration and collectibles. Um,
Yes, one of my favorites.
Zell,
Yes.
do the honors.
Oh, okay, sure. So, like, to give an overall idea of like what I think about exploration is, frankly, I think it's the best that it's been because of the sheer amount of stuff to collect. I like the raritaniums as just a collectible kind of
Yeah, the
that
semi
somehow mechanically feeds into the game still.
a lesser secret. Like you have to find it, but it's not
Yeah,
as
yeah,
hidden as. Yeah, that's cool. It's like
yeah,
the
and
chests on Todd. No, those were cool. Like
yeah,
semi hidden spots. That was cool to find.
yeah. So I like those. I like that the gold balls are back, and
Of course.
even though they're less than
Yeah.
we're used to, we had the predictions, and I
Yeah.
think we both said 40.
Yeah.
I know I said 40 for
Yeah. Yeah.
sure.
We both said 40.
Um, but then yeah, it's a new era, and because in this game every single bolt unlocks a cheat or some extra, it's understandable why there's not 40 but only
Yeah.
25.
Absolutely. I mean, with 40, like instead of having packs, like the music pack or the render filter pack or the ship skin pack or the wrench skin pack, like each, if they still made it so each bolt had a cheat, they could have done like this bolt unlocks one wrench skin or one hammer skin or whatever. Um, but yeah, it probably would have felt like just padding, like
Yeah, yeah.
like
So I
again,
I overall like this a lot.
there's less planets, so it's understandable that there's less gold bolts because even if the planets are bigger, you cannot hide like 6 or 7 gold bolts per planet. That again feels like too much.
Yeah, you could. It would feel, yeah, too much, kind of like Raritanium.
Yeah.
Like, oh, there's 26 gold balls on this level. Nice. So yeah,
um,
there's a rarity balance,
yeah.
I
Also, you
guess.
have to, as Mick said, there's more collectibles. You have to add to that the 10 spy bots and the 12 lords.
Yeah, yeah, I was gonna mention those.
Yeah.
So I think, like, overall, there's all kinds of collectibles because now I think the pocket dimensions and the gold
Oh, and
bolts,
the armors too. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, those kind of separated the secrets into, can you find it, and it's right there, but can you get it?
Hmm.
Because if you think about it, in like Regit 1 or Xon Bolt, for example, the tunnel one, it was a challenge to um to get it. It wasn't just, hiding it and then it's right there.
Yeah.
Like, you had to go through like kind of like a skill check to
I
uh
mean,
to get it.
or you could be like me and double jumping
I mean,
on
yeah,
walls.
sure, if before those were discovered. But the intended way was, some of them were skill based, some of
Yeah.
them were just hidden well. And now I think the pocket dimensions are more the skill check purpose
Hmm.
ones, and the gold bolts are almost all just hidden except the arena ones.
Yeah. Also,
And
like the one down here. That
yeah, that's also hidden.
yeah. But I mean, you can get it just dropping and gliding, or you can get it the intended way, which is that wrap around there. You know.
But yeah, the unintended way is always like,
Yeah.
can change the rules, the intentions. But
Yeah.
overall, I think there was the find it and the somehow figure out to get to it kind of bolts, or exploration collectibles.
There's also the fact that if you've been to an area like an hold on. This is something that I've seen several people say that now everything is shown in the minimap. No, that it's only shown if you've been to that area and you've missed it. Like this ball, if you've crossed this platform, then it'll appear in the map, but it's down there. and it's because you've missed it, even though you've actually been like in this horizontal coordinate, just not in the vertical one. Same with the bolt in Corson 5 that everyone sees in the map and assumes that now the map reveals everything, and that's completely false.
Yep.
I'm I don't know how to feel about, revealing the gold bolt. I mean, Raritanium, sure, if you've been like super nearby, but for example, the Golden Corson 5, it's like super up, or this one, it's on a completely different height, and you probably haven't seen it. I don't know how I feel about revealing that so early on, but even then, like there's the Map-O-Matic, so you'll get that information eventually. The only thing is like you'll get it super early.
Yeah. I didn't really like how so many things are auto-marked.
Hmm.
Um, like collectibles especially. Like
Yeah.
Revitanium, you can argue it's a collectible or it's a currency node.
Yeah.
Whatever you consider it, that's kind of fine with me.
Hmm.
But yeah, the bolts and I think spy bots.
Yes, but everything if you've been in the very like nearby whereabouts, uh, it gets marked on the map, and that's why I think like most people when first playing think that, oh, now everything's on the map from the get go. It's like not exactly, like it's not that bad,
Yeah.
but
But many people felt that way,
yeah,
which means there was some functionality problem that made us assume that that's what's happening.
yeah. I think we like on the first visit of Corson 5 we saw the gold bolt uh on the upper ledge above the pocket dimension. Um, but then the minimap says it also says how many, but that's I think always been the case. In the minimap you can see how many collectibles there are per planet. Um, broken map of so we saw that only one bolt was marked in the map, and there was like three to get on that planet. So we assumed correctly that it wasn't everything marked already. It was just because we explored that area and we didn't find it. Uh, so but I've seen, I think it was Nick, Zem, and Remy on Twitter, the other two in video, that commented on the fact that now you see everything on the map, and then, like, after a while, they realized, oh no, it's just the areas I've been to.
Yeah. I think the course on 5 bolt throws a lot of people off
Yeah,
because
because it's like, it's a state of play area. You know you have to go right. You see an area to the left. You go. There's a pocket dimension. There's a Kragerberg. There's all that, and then you go outside and you see. Oh, I missed a bolt. Is has the bolt already always been marked in the map?
yep, it's just next to other things that
Hmm.
you do. So it's always getting marked for every single person.
Yeah.
And it's one of the first
And
ones.
and nobody has seen the bolt or been to the upper ledge because that's usually done before Phantom being able to Phantom Dash.
Usually.
So usually, well, Zem also got the bolt that bolt the
Yeah,
a
I
weird
saw,
one.
but yeah, not before Zircon
Yeah. Um.
in the campaign.
Another thing about collectibles, I think it's um or more exploration than collectibles is how but that's I mean I get it. And that also comes as a cost of having like an objective marker that I cannot bring up because there's no objective now. Um oh there should be, oh, plan the final assault is already okay. Never mind. Um so now you clearly know, like even in Corson 5 where there's two paths, and in game you know that which one is the main path because follow the beat to Clap Nefarious at Fight Phantom. No, sorry. um so you know the other path is the optional one. But if you complete the main path first, then you have a message from Ms. Zircon saying, "Oh, by the way, I fit in a resistance spy bot on the factory," and you're like, "Oh, you spoiled the reward of the secret path." And then the same on Ardolis, you have to go to the pirate trials. You know which way it is because the game really points that way. But then when you go the optional way, they're like, "Oh, that's not the way," but I've seen pirates have a shiny treasure that way, and you're like, "Okay, but let me explore."
Yeah, it kind of like I understand the need to point all kinds of players towards the optional path, but also tell them that it's optional.
Hmm.
But honestly, I would much prefer the old way. Obviously,
Yeah.
everybody's gonna say this, I guess, that you don't know. It's just a section of the map. You know nothing, and you just go.
It's like,
And curiosity will draw you there, and you have no idea what you're gonna get. Instead of
yeah.
being like 5 meters in and somebody goes on the radio and be like, "Oh, this area is an old mining facility that still has some rare titanium left, and if you want to go get it," like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, I was gonna go there, but now I'm just less incentivized because I know
Yeah, I
what
mean,
I can find.
I'll go there first anyway because I know it's not the main path, and I want to go like all the wrong paths first. But you know, it's probably better like with the gold bolt in Blizzard Prime. Like you have like multiple paths and multiple dimensions, and like at first it's overwhelming, but also you know you want to go the wrong path first to see all check everything and discover all the secrets. But the game doesn't tell you, which is good. And the same for like old planets in Rack 1, like Eudora, the main path, it's not the big path, it's not the one that you think it is, and you complete that and you get the sack cannon, which is nice, and you're like, oh, I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, I think the side objectives are more like obviously pointed out to make sure
Yeah,
that
and
as many players engage with it as possible. So it won't be
mm,
like, oh, this is a game that if you want to like actually beat, it's like 20 hours, and then some people just complete it in 4 hours
yeah,
because they didn't engage with any of the side content. And
and
then they
like,
might be disappointed. Like, this is a short game.
yeah, and like, I understand that again, this comes at like, this is the cost of having like the modern game AAA design of main objective, a pointer to that objective, and then side missions marked as side missions. Hey, this is side mission. You don't need to do this, but here it is. Um, so I even in the ship, like you have the yellow orange objective, which is the story one, and then you have the blue ones, which is, and not only it's marked as optional, it's also marked as side mission, like search the factory, help Trudy, all the arenas, hunt the lorps, help the chef. Here there's nothing. The Mapomatic thing. Here there's nothing again. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, like it would be like for example in Huya, you have like uh, get all the sewer crystals optional or complete all the arena challenges optional. That's nice because it's like they're there because you've like probably the first ones are story related like the arena or the sewer crystals on Uya, or the first two arena challenges here, and so on. But then like have also like the final, like instead of a question mark like in original trilogy maps, have like a colored icon which tells you if it's important or not. That kind of defeats the purpose of exploration and like finding the secrets of the planet. But hey, that's minor because the kobolds are still like secret until you get the Mapomatic, I guess. No.
Yeah. And speaking about marking things in different colors, my one of the notes I specifically wrote out for myself for collectibles was the fact that I found it strange that the collectibles respawn in NG Plus, like the gold bolts. Even the ones you collected, they are back. And in person, they are like silver, I guess, or
They're
gray.
holograms, yeah.
But the map does not show you a difference between the silver and the actual gold bolts.
Yeah.
So it's like until you go there in person, you don't know which one is the one you missed.
Yeah.
And when you want to clean up all gold balls in an NG plus save, you might have to go through
All gold
most,
balls.
if
Yeah.
not all of them anyway again,
Yeah.
unless you remember specifically like on the map which ones you got and which ones you didn't. So that was a bit strange to me that the map could just also tint the icon differently.
Yeah, that would be a nice solution, or like the old solution being yeah, the glitch of having Ratchet here. It's just quitting the game, going to a Ratchet planet, and then reloading um on time. But yeah, I have this noted as NG Plus more similar to Spidey, when Rack was better. Um, because like one solution would be, of course, tinting them differently also in the map. Another one would be not have them show up at all, not on the map, not on the level, because you've already gotten them. So, and the game knows, because even if you don't get them, you have here like a 3 out of 3, but they show up in the map again. So that's confusing. Um, and that's something that the Spider-Man games do a lot in New Game Plus. There's um, like one of the collectibles there is backpacks, um, and you collect backpacks on New Game. You collect them all. You clear like the Manhattan map of all collectibles, everything. You have 100%. You have 100% in the map or the game, and clean the map and everything. Then you start New Game Plus, and you have to do everything all over again. Everything. Collect all the collectibles, clear all the bases with all side objectives to get all the 3 stars or whatever, like the ultimate rating again. Um, Clear all the in Miles there was like small like resistance, or no, not resistance, underground. I don't know, remember the name of like pieces also used to upgrade your suit and whatnot. Like you had to do them all over again from scratch. And in Miles, it's a short game. It was fun. It's fun, so whatever. But like to have to do everything all over again, like all collectibles, everything from scratch in New Game Plus, feels weird. And they've brought some of that into Ratchet when Ratchet did it better. If you have the gold ball, you have it, and that's still the case. But in the map, it appears again, which is weird.
Yeah, my problem was just with the map. I like the fact that you can collect them again.
Yeah, I
Because,
mean
like,
it's
for
just extra
example, you might
balls.
have forgotten where it was and you want to find new ways. Like, wait, could I have gotten that this way? Well, I don't know because it's not there anymore, and I'm not sure like how big is the collection hitbox or whatever. Now you can experiment a bit more. It's a nice touch.
Yeah, my only fear is that, like, luckily you get them again. Like you don't have to re-get them. They're still, you know, marked as complete, but or as gone. But like if they revert that, that would be. I mean, for Ratchet, like a game that we're gonna replay like infinitely, it's not really a problem. But for casual players or for like first time or whatever, it's weird. And also it makes you have to do everything in New Game and everything again in New Game Plus to have a real 100%. If that were the case, now I think you can have 100 if you have everything on New Game, and then you just ignore everything in New Game Plus. But it's weird.
Yeah, I hope next game the cheats won't go away with new game if you have to
Mm.
recollect everything.
Yeah. Okay. Really minor thing. I've talked about this before playing. So, we have Insomniac orbs, one per level. We have discovered the community has discovered everyone in all 9 levels. We don't know if there's any in Megalopolis. I think last time I saw, all of them were discovered in the levels you can return to, except Viceron, and I have seen the one in Viceron, so I'm sure like it's already there, um, in that thread. Um, but they don't seem to do anything. And same for there's a fountain on Savali that looks like it could be like a teleporter, like the same on Boldan or Kerwan in Racks 2 and 3. Um, but I think that's just reaching to try to find an Insomniac museum or something. And there's really not a final secret that we haven't found. It's just Easter eggs and that's it.
Yeah.
Which is a bit sad, but you know, it's fine. At least we had the treasure hunt of Insomnia Corps.
Yeah, at least that was fun. And the bears, because those are not marked anywhere. So
Oh yeah, the bears are not marked, and they also come back in New Game Plus again, and you don't know which ones you have and which ones you don't. So, yep. Uh, and with that and the final secrets and so on, um, this is a bit outside of the game itself, but now all games have this. Is the fact that the platinum was hella easy. Like, there's story trophies as you would expect. There's like collect all Krager bears, which I think is probably the hardest trophy because the Krager bears are not marked at all. Um, but then the other ones, like it's there's not even a trophy for collecting all gold bolts. It's just 5 gold bolts instead of 25. Um, there's like get a weapon to level 5, not even VX. This fully upgraded weapon with rare Titanium. Um, purchase all weapons is the only trophy I think you need to start challenge mode for. To get the Panzer and the Pixelizer if you haven't pre-ordered the game. Um, this one I still think is not missable because in some early guides, um, they said that there were some Blizon crystals in Blizzard Prime that you cannot get to, like on return. And I, like, having played the game 4 times and went back to Blizzard several times, I think there's nothing that you cannot return to, but I don't know. And then there's like about 18 skill pointy trophies, and the majority of them are like weapon trophies. Um, but yeah, I don't know, like 18 trophies instead of 30 skill points or like actual skill points in game that would unlock things. Feels like not because it's easy, but you know, not that many things to do.
yeah, I think platinum is now a participation trophy almost, which
Well, it's
is
like
exactly what it should not be.
yeah,
Not literally, because obviously there are some trophies that are not automatic.
yeah.
But the fact that like some older games, you played them for years, and even if you sat down and actually tried to do them, it would take weeks to get some tough things done. And it's not just that players overall got better at games, but also the trophies got easier, like at the same
Yeah, I mean,
time. There's less like challenge and more of do like a special thing on a special place.
yeah, I mean, it's cool.
Collect a
Like,
few of this.
there's always been some random skill pointy trophies in all game. Like in the majority of games, there's been like do random stuff, which was fun because the majority of games didn't have skill points in the games themselves beforehand. Um, but now, I don't know how to like. I still feel like um, Ratchet uh, is better with skill points in game, and then like if some skill points also have like their associated trophy, that's fine, but also have the platinum be like you've actually completed the game to 100% uh, to get the ultimate trophy that proves that, like, not 5 gold bolts but all gold bolts, not like you have a trophy for all Krager bears that are not marked in the map, um, which I think it's here. um like if you have this, that the majority of people will have gotten with a guide, um like why not have all gold bolts and all armor on, like, complete the game to 100%, and
Yep.
complete
I
challenge mode.
think now the platinum. No, go ahead.
There's not even a trophy for completing challenge mode, and all other Ratchet games I think have one. Like
Yeah, it feels like you don't have to engage with the whole game to get the platinum trophy
yeah,
of all things.
I mean, I'm I'm not saying have trophies that depend on difficulty, because okay, like if you want to go with accessibility, you do not punish players for playing in easy, or like in the first one where you cannot die. And you can still get the platinum, but you have to play the game to 100%. Like you don't have to be like the pro player that plays in Renegade Legend and does a deathless run, but you have to have at least collected everything.
Yeah, I think a trophy like reach 20 times bolt multiplier is a difficult one, but it's scalable because
Not
on easier
here,
difficulties,
and not
on
even
easy
here.
difficulties,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, yeah, like on easier difficulties, like the enemies, everything gets easier, and the mobs are less aggressive, so the trophy's difficulty goes down if you have
Hmm.
like accessibility accessibility problems or you wanna
Yeah,
do the whole thing on an easier setting.
and I'll do you one better. The multiplier doesn't reset with infinite health on, so you can literally get hit
Oh, really?
all the time and still be at
Oh,
times 20. Yeah. So I get that this trophy in this game probably wouldn't make that much sense because
yeah, not that way, I guess.
same as like in PS. I'm almost certain that in like now it's making me doubt myself, but I'm almost certain in PS4 if you activate infinite ammo, the weapons do not upgrade, and if you activate infinite health, your health doesn't upgrade. But here it does. So there's literally no drawback for the most OP cheats in the whole game, which is fun because it probably makes the game more fun. But and it's like a reward for having basically all the gold bolts. But it's a weird thing because upgrade the weapons, then have them at V10, and then have them with unlimited ammo for fun.
Yeah, that's a cool way to make sure you can clean up the rest of the game as long as you explored stuff and got all
Yeah,
the gold bolts.
yeah. I'm fine. I'm fine with all that. I'm just missing, from 2 to 7 more skill pointy trophies and like a real completion trophy, like all gold bolts and 100% the game at least, and maybe play challenge mode. I don't know. Like I get they're going for accessibility, so again, I feel like not no trophies for complete the game in Renegade Legend. That's fine. That's perfectly okay. Um, there's a trophy for complete the game. Nice.
I mean, even then, infinite health, slow game, like 30% game speed.
Yeah, but then like
Because at that point, you don't have to engage with the game because you can't die anyway, so the difficulty doesn't matter.
yeah, but I guess that's more
So
like
it
an
loses the
it's more
point.
of a chore that
Yeah,
than
yeah, I
anything else.
agree with
Like
that.
if you've played like on the second hardest and you've gotten like all the difficulty trophies except the hardest one, and you're like, oh, now I have to play the game again. Like
Yeah,
not for us,
deadlocked.
not for us, not for us, but for people that will just pick the game, will play normally and see. So you know, it's not in that souls player mentality of the game has to be hard and you have to suffer and get good and whatever. No, like it's just for the platinum. It's not like for every trophy. It's not for the platinum. At least you have to have like played or completed the game.
Yeah, I still think that there should be incentives for higher skill play or like higher
Hmm.
engagement, like a bit above casual, so other people can have
Yeah.
some nice thing. Because just the fact that not every single person is gonna get it does not mean it should not be in the game, I think. So I
Yeah.
hope the takeaway from the trophies for the PS4 game, the Groovy Tron one, I hope it was not that we don't want difficult trophies. We didn't want tedious and just shitty trophies,
Yeah.
but we want difficult trophies that you don't get in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Or at least
The
I do. I want.
yeah, I think especially in rock games for us, but like even then, like the problem. Oh yeah, there's also the option of having like additional packs that do not contribute to the platinum. But again, like the platinum should be a mark of having everything at least in the main game. like I don't think it's too much to ask to have a trophy for all gold bolts or complete the game in challenge mode, and like that's it. Like a couple more gold trophies before the platinum.
Yeah.
Not even have all weapons to V10 if you don't want to, you know. um, but yeah, like the problem with Death by Disco, was the yeah everybody dance now is taught, and it's a skill point in taught. Is I think more than and those also affect like it's lengthy, it's tedious, um it's more than that. It's that you don't have any way of tracking your progress. You don't know what you have done and what you haven't done, and you do not know if the enemies you have made dance in regular in any percent uh still count for challenge mode, or if you haven't gotten it at the end of challenge mode, if you start like a second challenge mode in TOT, for example, or like in PS4, I don't remember how it goes. I know there's just one save slot. Um, if you start another challenge mode from there, um, if the enemies that you've that have danced in regular any percent and in challenge mode, if still count and you only have to make like a couple of enemies more
Yeah.
dance.
That
And
I guess
special
just
and
clarity.
even worse that there's missable enemies that never come back unless you start from scratch again or like challenge mode again, that you must uh make dance in Todd and in PS4. I don't
Yeah.
remember in Nexus because the game is short, and you do have a tracker. It's not the best tracker. It doesn't indicate which ones you have and haven't. It just says a percent um, of your progress. But at least you know if um, you have terrorized more or less enemies, and it's linked to your profile, so it probably carries through playthroughs because there's only one save slot
Yeah.
again.
Well, that was not a problem in Rift Apart.
Yeah, luckily there was
So,
no pixelate every enemy, turn every
yeah.
enemy into topiary.
Yep. And the Zordoom Juggernaut is a different one than the
Oh yeah,
Corson Juggernaut.
and the wee Roger is different from the not so wee Roger.
Yeah. So yeah, trophies then I think we touched on that sufficiently then.
Yeah, I think I've moved to Sargasso because the next points are, I think, related to this. Um, in regards to, well, my note was Sargasso map on first visit because we remember being here the first time and being hella unclear. Um, and you have unclear revisit indications and early accessing sections. So I'm assuming this is like the best planet to be in for this. So yeah, these two islands here are inaccessible by um, intended or normal means, but they are on the map. Well, now they are explored, so you can see how I was there, like except this part here. Um, and then this platform here um, is actually the start. Here's the ship. It's the start of Sargasso 2, the Battle of Sargasso. But nobody says that. And there's crates and stuff, so you get on a speedle, you move here, you see the crates, and you're like, oh, I can jump here, and you can. And then you're stranded. And you have to do a very precise jump to here. Because even restart checkpoint restarts you here. So you have to trigger a checkpoint here. So yeah, it's a weird map, to be honest.
Yeah. The point is basically some of the inaccessible landmasses are marked on the map,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and you think you should be able to get there, and some inaccessible islands are not marked on the map. And it's really confusing because some islands you should not access yet in the story, but you can,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's kind of just empty,
Yeah.
and there's no indication that later on you will get there, so don't worry about it for now. and I guess that was the same with the Trudy Zerp stones and the firing, is that until you know you can fire,
Like, look at that.
well,
How
like
easy this
don't worry
is.
about that for now. It's you're just confused and you might circle around for minutes and minutes and half an hour, and then you just give up, and then you learn that you were supposed to go there like later,
Like, look
and
how
that's
easy it was with the
confusing.
Speedo. Like, nothing that you don't have on a Phantom Dash. Nothing that you don't have on Sargasso 1. And now we're here. And on Sargasso 1, um, there's no... Like, also there's a vendor, which makes you think that you can go here. There's a vendor, you can activate it. But there's no Trudy, because you're on Sargasso 1, you haven't go to Xerxes yet. There's no teleporter, and there's no ship. So you're
Yep. So it's
literally
just a
stuck here.
deserted platform with
And
a vendor, and
there's
you're
no more.
confused.
Yeah.
So
There's no,
yeah, something about the map, like marking or just not showing up
which
yet parts.
yeah, which is again, this could look like contradictory with what we talked about before of like not letting the player know which zones are mandatory and which are zones are not. But in a map like this, which is open completely, um, and like you're left to explore, like in these kinds of maps, you're incentivized to explore everything, you know, and all nooks and crannies. Um, or again, if you come back for the Zurp stones before unlocking the Trudy flight, and you're here again, and you're like, what? Um, but it really doesn't, because you know you can get actually trapped here. Like you're punished for exploring.
Yeah, I remember you getting stuck there,
Yeah,
and we
I
just had
had
no
to.
idea what's going
Well, I
on.
didn't have a hover boots, so I had to do this.
Yeah.
And now I'll make it, but I didn't make it. I just triggered the the checkpoint, and then it was saved. But yeah, like even
Point
if
is, there was not enough like indication between you're supposed to be able to get there and you're not supposed to be able to get there.
or like even if there wasn't any indication and you were left to like explore the map, that's fine. There was just no way of getting out of there.
Yeah,
Like okay,
that was
I got there like by you know jumping off of a speedo and phantom dashing, but that's not like that weird. It's not like getting up this tower on foot and getting the Zurb stone on foot, which is possible. I don't know. Oops.
yeah. So yeah, that kind of covered my point with the map as well.
You know.
Some sections are just not.
Yeah, and also like these two islands, you never get to them. And then these structure here, you also have like see it like at least this one, even with semi like not really intended ways, um, I couldn't get to it. Like I know you can, finally. I don't know if you need hover boots or what, but at least on Sargasso 1, um, you see this and you're like, okay, you probably will have to come back here later, and you know, you need to unlock something to get here. And I don't know if that platform there had like I don't know a hurl shot or whatever to get there, um, you would see the swing shot target of a different color and would be like, okay, you probably need something else to be here, I believe. But
Yeah, it wasn't the Metroidvania style of it's a door, but it's not red, it's blue, and you don't have the blue key
exactly,
yet, so you
exactly,
assume you'll come back later.
yeah,
It's just a hidden room that you can go into, but there's nothing in it,
and you
and you're
cannot get
kind of
out.
confused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which leads me to the fact that there's literally no backtracking for collectibles. You can get 100% on all planet, well, except the side mission with Trudy, but then you have Sargasso 2, so you also can do it after Sargasso 2, so there's no backtracking. There's nothing. Like, the only thing that you need a gadget to get, and you don't have it on the first visit, is, well, apart from Trudy, is the Xerxes spy bot, and you can get it on the second or third visit on Xerxes. So that's also moot point, because you go back there following the story, so you can get 100% on all planets on the first visit, and you need you don't need any gadgets that you unlock further uh, along the game. It's about time. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So before we move on from exploration,
Hmm.
my overall thoughts on Rift Apart exploration is I enjoyed it more than any other retro game before because there has been so many things that I cared about.
Hmm.
I cared about unlocking the cheats. I cared about
Yeah.
the armors a lot,
Yeah.
and I cared about the bears and the rhino spy bots. So there has
Hmm.
been enough variety, I think. And the lords,
Yeah.
collectibles or
And
not,
oh my god,
like
the lurbs.
real collectibles or not. But
I mean, the lurbs for like longtime fans feel like one of the
yeah,
best
it's just fan
things.
service.
Yeah.
The
I mean,
minigame
yeah.
was
And not only that,
was
but like
nice.
even without the references to other franchises, you also have like references to Caden and to the Dimensionator and to Lombaxes and so on. So, like having that be part of the game and uh, prove that that storyline at least it's not forgotten. Even like I know like the main plot is also it also touches on that, but like have a Caden name drop, have this sort of stuff. That was really cool. And even if you
Yep.
don't care about that, you have like a complete set of armor as a reward. So you probably want to do that.
Yeah, it was non-intrusive world building, which I
Mm.
think is the best kind. So yeah, good job on the exploration team at IG. I really appreciate the new systems, and I hope there's gonna be more
Yeah,
like this.
yeah, I love.
If there's gonna be future games.
Oh, I hope so. In both
So
parts of the
Nell,
sentence. Yeah, point six: planets and environments. Well, I think this like ties a lot with what we've been saying, like uh, about maps and but environments and planets and so on, more in like view
yeah, view, immersion, environment,
immersion.
like
Yeah.
variety, those kind of things.
Um, I think I mean of course this game is the best looking Ratchet game ever. So um, of course like the environments are amazing and like you have from city like nefarious megalopolis and nefarious city like those parallels to like a bright Igliac type of like Meridian City type city to like a dark neon futuristic cyberpunk city at night um, to something like Natural here with Sargasso, which also mimics like it's like the exact outpost L51 as in Todd. You have this gelatonium factory. You have Rivet's hideout, which is where you find the plumber in Todd, um, with the same um, like not the same entrance per se, but here you have like this lower area here, which also was in Todd, um, and then this circumventing path with the rib cage of a dino, and then the door here with where you had the decryptor. You have this here now, and and this zone here. So that's and in all like returning planets where are like Ardolis again. It's like 1 to not 1 to 1 exactly, but like 1 to 1 point to 0.7 or something like. Even in returning planets, you have like the feel of the old thing, which is cool, but also like new added stuff and like Ardolis at night with that mood and atmosphere and like all the environment.
Yeah, that perfectly segues into my point of I love to see the game use darkness and shadows very bravely, I guess.
hmm,
I know that the games I played the most, like by far, are the PS2 games where you
hmm,
didn't even have like proper um, directional shadows and ambient occlusion and none of
hmm,
that
hmm,
fancy shit. And so most levels felt kind of flat
yeah,
in relation to some future planets.
Mhm.
But of course, that's like limitations of the technology and hardware.
Yeah, yeah.
But I was super happy to see that there are some very dark places,
Hmm.
and on Cordelian,
Oh yeah.
you have the Nexus style flashlight kind of coming back,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
even though it just comes out of nowhere.
yeah.
But
Yeah. You just have a light
I
now.
love the kind of Dead Space
Yeah,
mixed
and
with
also like
Subnautica
an underwater
vibe.
base, like it's like Nexus meets Aquados and Hoven, I guess. Like snowy, but then also underwater, but also like a
Yeah, I
a
think this
base.
is how Aquatus would be.
Yeah.
Like, I think this
Like
was a soft Aquatus 2 for me, at least. The Amoeboids, the whole facility underground. It's
yeah, yeah,
Nefarious' base. Like,
yeah.
it was only missing the Secret Agent collection, Secret Agent Clank stuff.
Yeah. Secret agent,
So,
secret agent kit.
yeah, in my heart, it was Aquatus 2, and I loved it.
Yeah, I think
So,
it feels more like what Aquados was supposed to be, minus the infiltration bit with the Tira guys, but also like you're kind of infiltrating with Kit saying you're interior decorators. So and like it's hinted at also like um the the junk bot says that like it's talking to Kit, which is the robot, and refers as Ratchet as the steed. So like you can see a nod to like squishies being like the inferior life forms that they're not to be annihilated or by obliterated, but used as just mounts and and workforce maybe, and that's it.
yeah. Plus, it has one of my favorite lines, the "Do not let them eat me." Just
Yeah.
the delivery on that line, either is I love it. It's so good.
And the
Yeah,
cabin.
very creative level with the environmental monster that was kind of more like
Yeah.
a hazard than an actual enemy because you
Yeah,
can't fight it.
and then it ties with the plot and ties with the themes of the game and ties with yeah, I like Juice too. Like
It was
not
a very
only
nice new experience.
hmm, um
Fresh.
then like again the CDs, the two variants of Course on 5, super cool. Sargasso, can we climb this mountain? I don't know. Um Zerky's like it's Zircon based, which is not the greatest, but then it's like a cool space station, so and like the inside with all the NPCs and all the lines and the arcade and so on, like it's cool and the space is beautiful outside, so uh it's fine. It's just it would be better without the Zircon theming, but um Zircon being
Could have been the
P
Netherplex
yeah.
or
And
something.
yeah, bringing back the Mangler and everything that was super cool. Savali is amazing. Um, an open area that's a joy to explore. Even though I usually prefer like levels like Corson 5 or Adolis that have several paths, but they're like more linear paths inside them. Um, Savali, it's great. It's a joy to just move around and
The
have
volley
fun.
is how I would imagine Tabora done up to date.
Yeah,
So it's not just a flat desert, but it's like the perfect playgrounds for the hover boots,
yeah.
and
It has
it
different
has
land.
some variety that I would assume a new Tabora to have: some cliffs, some caves, some
Yeah, it
machinery
has
or oil rigs, or some desert villages.
yeah, and
Like
some
all the kind of new
landmarks
details. Yeah, yeah.
because Nick mentioned that, and I also heard that before. And I think it was Sly, because Sly always had like from oh yeah from Sly One actually, has the hub levels that are in Sly 2 and 3 are bigger, so they really need those landmarks to know where you are. Um, so I think Savali really made it clear with like the central, like the way to the catacombs, that the Temple of the Badlands, the temple where you um, protect Kit, the caves, the pirate ship, the mountain temple, the starting area, and so on. Like you have like clear uh, landmarks and indicators of like different general zones inside like a big huge map. that's completely open for you to explore. And like collectibles and secrets were not overdone in ways where you have to explore like every single pixel of the map to find everything. It's like a very nice balance of things to find, and a big area.
Yeah. Can we mention that cave with the pirate ship stranded? That whole lighting and the metallic
Oh
materials
yeah.
that does not look like a Ratchet game, that suddenly gave me a vibe like I just took a portal to like a God of War or Uncharted game or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That
Super
was
Uncharted.
so
Yeah.
cool.
And well, it's a planet of the lords, and it has the archives too. I didn't mention the archives, but um, like at the first visit when the archives are just moving around, that's also super cool. And then on the second visit with the archives, and then on like if you go back there afterwards, um, the archives are down and stay there, and they're part of the they're another landmark, static now.
Yep. That's really cool. So overall, I loved the environment and I
Uh,
liked the contrasting themes across all of them.
yeah. Then
So
some.
we had the usual. We had the lava planet, we
Yeah.
had the water planet, we had the city, we had the bright city,
Hmm.
we had the wasteland, and we had the desert with the pirates.
Yeah.
Then Zordon was a nice surprise.
Yeah.
We didn't know too much
Yeah,
or
yeah, we just had
anything.
seen like 2 seconds of random planet that could have been anything.
Yeah. So I loved seeing like the open seas. And my personal favorite from Rift Apart is Ardolis with
Or like
how
one
moody and
third of it.
atmospheric. Yeah. It was, oh man, the some of the establishing shots that aren't when you enter the level, but as you approach,
Yeah.
like you see entering the atmosphere, it's a huge planet or what's left of a planet
Yeah.
in some cases. It was very nice to build scale for
Yeah.
a place before you even visit it. You just have
Yeah.
a ship as a reference point, but it felt like a journey to like actual huge places.
I love the new not they're not loading screens anymore. They're just actual cutscenes that you can skip, like going into the planet.
Yes, yes, yes. Hey Chiaki,
Yeah,
hello.
cheeky. How you doing? Uh, the Temple of the Badlands, the other temple.
Yeah,
um,
I'm reading chat by the way. Just want to let Twitch know,
yeah, I'm reading it, but like
so don't worry.
when I'm not commenting a lot of it. I'm just um and you cannot go into the archives when they're destroyed. You cannot. You can just see them. Like you can go into the circular area that's now on the ground. You cannot access the portal to the room where the archives were.
Yeah,
But then yeah, I love Blizzard Prime. Like I love both versions of Blizzard Prime, like the low gravity, super purple, destroyed version. Looks fucking fantastic. Like this game looks amazing all around. Like also like just um when you go through a purple portal and a rift, uh that zone between rifts, that in movement looks fantastic. And here like yeah, changing between like the destroyed dimension and the third dimension that we don't know, like we don't know what's the working dimension or the snowy dimension. They're like random parallel dimensions. um but yeah, I love and the lava planet was done well, like as an alternate dimension of this. Torrent 4 was a joy to see again, even though it's not the monolith fields, it's a monolith gulch now. You can see still it is still Torrent 4, and I think it's good that they avoided going to the fields again because you know, Alistair.
yeah. Let's not go there. Yes.
um, the only thing here is like Clank says, I wish I wish the Vullards are more
Wait, what
friendly
did you
or
do to the preview textures of the planet? What?
What?
Core 4's textures is the most repeating tile
Yeah,
texture I've ever
true.
seen. What? I don't think that's intended. That's how it's supposed to be.
Let me. Okay. Let me actually go to Torrent 4
What's going on with Rivet?
and see
What's
like the
going on
ship.
with the planet? Chike, you should get some cake, not crackers, by the way.
Oh yeah, the fixer fixes Blizzard. True.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, I mean you cannot fix the dead people, but he reconstructs. Hey. Okay, let me go back into the ship. Oh,
Ew.
Shadow was missing, but yeah, it's still the same.
Even then, it's
Yeah.
that is strange. Anyway,
This is
so
really
yeah,
ridiculous.
my last point about planets is I kind of assumed from the trailers, like I had this idea that was not confirmed. I just had the idea that
Hmm.
you'll be able to visit the same planet with different Lombaxes.
Yeah, we also talked about that in predictions. Like less planets, but you will be able to visit them with two. And also, okay, you say it was not confirmed. I guess it's not confirmation, but Marcus Smith, I think, or like one of the Insomniacs that was in an interview, I think it was a written one. They were asked about how would the game flow be, or like when you, because there's Ratchet history, there's backtracking and going back into planets and so on. Like the question was, if you return to a previous planet, who will you play as? And they said, oh, you'll play as like the Lombax you visited the planet with, or like the Lombax that first visited the planet, you know. So that response also made it look like you might return to another planet with the other Lombax, but on backtracking or like on free play, um, you would play as the first Lombax that visited that planet. So you didn't have the choice, but it would happen that both Ratchet and Rivet would play on the same planet, as part of the story, not as part of the backtracking. But that wasn't even the case.
Yeah,
So
like
that
they could
was,
have touched down together on a planet and split up and just be
yeah,
like, I'll go check the pirate headquarters and you go get the whoever.
yeah. So that was a weird
But I
wording.
guess it's better for variety that we don't have two campaigns on one level.
Yeah,
And even though if you want to keep Ardolis a 1 hour planet, then you would have to cut the each campaign in half.
yeah.
So it would be
And
like a
also
30-minute campaign and a 30-minute one, and it can't go as like deep or whatever with the story.
yeah, and I guess like,
So it makes sense. I just thought you'd be able to do that at least to clean up the planet, just
yeah.
walk
So
around.
with that interview, like my hope was story is one Lombax, then free play is whatever you choose. Um, with that interview, I thought it would be the opposite, but in the end, it's just this planet is hard coded. It's just assigned to this Lombax, which is funny because like here in the ship selection, top right corner of this rectangle, there's some Lombax text. Now it says ratchets. For some reason, they added an S at the end. Um, Here says rivet without the S. Here says rivet again, and now there's a space. So if they wanted to have an S, they would have put it in there, but there's not. So I don't know. Ratchets again, rivet. I'm assuming rivet. Like I see the R and the I. Yeah, the V. Yeah, I think with less. So rivet, ratchets, ratchets, ratchets. For some reason, Viceron is also as like it has a rivet icon, but it has the ratchet text, which is weird.
Yeah, that's. I guess they forgot to alter. Like they had a placeholder text and you just copy paste on every UI, every planet, and then they forgot to swap on one of them.
Yeah, but yeah,
But
the
yeah, that's
last.
not a
Oh
problem.
no, not the last. A super minor thing. like we have Sargasso, we have Turin 4, we have Ardolis and Viceron, which are on the Polaris galaxy. But is it actually the Polaris galaxy in the alternate dimension? I don't think it's never mentioned, the name Polaris. But we have a lot of references to Bogon. Like, the thugs for, well, the goons for less, or the monks from Savali, uh, they say they're descendants from, or like descendants from pilgrims, from like species that comes from Bogon, which is cool because that's recognizing Rak 2. Um, and they say about, yes, Nivlakian, I don't know, a dish, which is again cool because Nivlak is actually their place of origin and so on. And then Miss Zircon says, that little Zircon wants to study, I think it's existential economics at Bogon University or something like that. So again, Bogon. Uh,
There's one single university in Bogan.
yeah. Um, but like these planets are from our, at least in our dimension, they're from Polaris. We don't know about our Corson 5, like Ratchet's Corson 5. We don't know where that galaxy is from, but like
That's gonna hurt.
that's probably also Polaris, you know? I don't know. I think like Ratchet and Clank have made Polaris their home by now, so. But yeah, it's weird that there's no, or that I remember, no indication of.
Yeah.
Oh, I've just. Thanks, Mink, for watching that. I really appreciate it. Our tournament was successful. Project Helios. Um, and yeah, the other thing is, let's go to Scars 2. Oh, you're done with 6. Okay.
Yes.
Nice.
I just want one more thing. I fucking the planets are beautiful.
Yeah.
More, please. I also want like a beach planet. Like
Like Ardoles in the parade.
yeah, it's like Ardolis Pokitaru mix.
Oh yeah, Pokitaru is mentioned. That's nice too. But like that was on the PS4 game, so that's not like a throwback to actual PS2 era.
Yeah.
Never forget to mention the Insomniac World. So my last point about planets is that the arena, Zircon Junior aside, is or has the worst quality of life in the whole saga. And I don't mean like it has a good thing, which is, well, a good thing. I'm mixed on that. I think it's good that the weapon challenges are not locked until you buy the weapon. You can actually play them, and the weapon upgrades normally, and then when you buy the weapon, it's that level. It's cool that you can play those even without the weapon. But there is no vendor at all here, which thematically again makes sense because this screen is, I mean, and it's half diegetic because you can still, well, not half, you can still see like the background. So you're really here, and this is Xerxes, so it's a violence-free zone. So why would there be a weapons vendor, here? But you could have
Do I
done.
have to remind you of Acid and the Zonly village?
No, yeah. But that made sense.
Why is there a vendor here?
Trivia.
It's illegal to get rid of it.
But it's illegal to get rid of it in. I think it's in the planet. There's a vendor like also outside the village, but they put one inside also for convenience. But here there's a vendor like right outside, and again it's Miss Zircon, so Miss Zircon could move here and like, we'll sell you weapons, but you cannot tell. It's not her husband anymore. It's my boyfriend or whatever, Zerky.
Yeah.
Like they could have done it, But so it makes sense that it's not here, but they could have done it for gameplay. Usually has to come first. And yeah, you cannot buy ammo. I mean, it gets refilled when you enter an arena challenge, so that's fine. but you cannot buy raritanium upgrades. You cannot buy weapons. There is no vendor here, and it's not like in ACID. I don't remember Todd. I think Todd had the vendor incorporated, but it also was like in Todd, in ACID, in Nexus, you had the screen like this. It wasn't a vendor like in racks 2 and 3 where you pressed, I think it was square, and you went into the vendor directly, but you went out of the arena screen, literally moved 2 steps, and a weapons vendor was here. In Todd, in ACID, in Nexus, and in Nexus, well, the weapons vendor was in the other side, and here you had an armor vendor too. So all the arenas have had better quality of life in that regard than this one.
Yeah, I
This one, it's
think
not.
GC Arena style would have been perfect.
Yeah.
It was in the select screen. It wasn't like physically in the environment.
Yeah, but
We
I
just
mean,
access the vendor from the screen.
if you wanted to have like Miss Zircon, you know, even
Well, yeah,
without,
I guess they didn't make a secondary vendor for
you know,
UI only without because the vendor's screen
yeah, it's
UI might
also
be like
yeah, it's also
in world rendered on the NPC of Miss Zircon, which was not in the.
yeah, and also you have
the
Rivet or
spawn.
Ratchet can take like a quarter of the screen there.
The screen could have taken you to a
It's max
lobby,
level.
like or just an elevator or something where
Yeah,
you
or
have.
like if I don't know if like Zerkis is now taking like using portals to, this is actually not on the other side of that door physically. There's a portal, and then this thing here also takes you to there in the arena. They could have made like they could have had this somewhere outside of the no violence zone. Like why have an arena accessed through the no violence zone?
Yeah. Yeah,
I
it's
guess like
they could have they
there's a lot
should
of
have put like a vendor somehow.
yeah, there's a lot of cutscenes here, so it makes sense that you don't have to travel that much to the arena. But again, like some like Miss Zircon here being like, psst, psst, you cannot use them here, but I'll add them to the inventory down there, like back there, or something. Because right now, canonically, your weapons are here, so like, but yeah, that was a weird like step back from all the arenas ever. Like this is the worst in the series. Super minor, but yeah, like quality of life wise, you have to travel along us route to there, and also you don't have hover boots, so you have to walk for a while. So it's tedious. Let's say that. But yeah, super minor nitpick.
Yeah, what Mig said is basically what I also imagine, that there's like a backstage or lobby area,
Yeah.
and then there's a vendor and there's a door. Like activate the door if you're ready to step in, and
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
So our
And
last
also
thing
how
on planets, or you have more to say?
no, and also how like when this is or like before Ratchet fucked up reality and after all this is fixed, how does this work? Like the game takes you back before the final fight, of course. That's the usual. But like, how do they do this now? Like, there's a teleporter down, like, the room that's actually physically in here. Like this small section here. Is there a teleporter? And then it
Might be like inside the asteroid, the actual bar. Like there, that might have been an elevator or something.
like
I
up
don't know.
there. I don't know. Yeah, and where is this tunnel? Because this looks like a pocket dimension. So I don't know. So yeah, like how did this work before, and how will this work afterwards? Because this is justified or explained by a throwaway line, like recently remodeled, or like we recently took profit of the dimensional chaos to have these portals and whatnot. But like, yeah, but how did it work though? And how will it work? But yeah, that's the random last thing.
Was there any planet theme that you would have liked to see that wasn't in the game? just like curious.
Hmm. I mean, we had you said it. We had the water, the snow, the lava. We even had like a low gravity. We had two variants of cities. Um,
Or three.
with
We had city, city in chaos, and dark city.
yeah. Um, could have had more snow. Um, we've had like yeah, desert and wasteland and like open area. Um, I don't know. There's nothing that comes to mind like directly. There, it like you know, it's lacking this. Maybe if you mention something, then yeah, it'll come to.
I
Uh,
missed like beach. I know Ardol is
yeah,
like a resort tropical thing, but
yeah, yeah. I thought of
that's
that.
not one of the main, like ice. You have to have a lava planet, an ice planet, and this and that.
Yeah, I think
Like that's not
with the
really like
underwater of
a
Cordillean and
core.
the night Artolis, I think
I'm very happy with Night Ardolis.
we have a
For
lot
the
of
record, yes.
we have a lot of water.
So the only other thing I missed
Maybe
is like
jungle.
forest,
Yeah.
like Eudora, some forests, some cliffs. I'm still not over not seeing Eudora in PS4. I
Yeah.
need
Yeah,
Eudora in one way.
we were robbed of like lots of planets in PS4, so that's fair.
Yeah. I want to see
Uh
new orcs onto like
yeah.
actual toxic wasteland. Like green, not like
Yeah,
deadlocked kind of orcs
yeah.
on, or Quartzy or whatever happened to in the PS4 game.
Eudora, Tudora, Eledora.
It's a
Orxan both.
smoke skybox, and now you have new orcs on.
Yeah.
So yeah, besides that, I got everything I wanted.
Yeah, we even have like some factory in Cordillean too, even in the underwater section. Like we have the forge. We have the factory in Corson 5. Um yeah, maybe some I mean we have the caves on Ardolis. We have Sargasso as more like natural uh planet merged with I really like Joba in Rec 2 because it combines like the plants with the structures and so on, but that Sargasso also makes that I don't really like that much the looks of Sargasso in Tot, but Sargasso in this one is way better. Sorry, Nick. Um New Orcs on who? Um but yeah,
I think we can then move on
I think
to
for 9 planets we have like a lot of variety and a lot of
yeah,
things. Like it also helps that it's not just 9 planets, it's 9 plus the alternate version, like the alternate dimension of Corson, um, Blizzard, and Cordillean. So we have 3 extra. So we have 12 planets in total. Like 12 variants, 12 environments. It's cool. But yeah,
yep,
that concludes our 6th point. We've been an hour and a half for 2 points. That's better than before the last time.
a
Let's
little
go.
bit better.
Yeah, we have 3 points, 3 separate points, which is good because probably will be faster. For writing, starting with point 7, which is wall building. Um, let's
Yeah,
have
the next three
the.
categories is all just writing and plot and stuff. So
Mm,
if anybody
mm,
still
I
cares
mean,
about spoilers and didn't play,
yeah, like
it's
now we're
literally like the last resort, like last line of spoiler warnings right here.
we've told spoilers for the whole review, but like if you
Yeah.
only cared about story spoilers, now here they come.
So
And
yeah, the final boss, like what the fuck?
and I think we can get right into the elephant in the room, which is infinite dimensions. Okay,
Yes,
so
the implications of the whole thing.
I've been looking forward to this Gotcha Sapphire. I got that reference.
But
Um,
we have to,
okay, so
kind of keep it shorter.
yeah. To clarify, the first point 7 is world building. Second point 8 is story and pacing, and third one is characters and delivery. So let's. I mean, we'll probably like jump around a bit and mention things that are blends of 2 of those, but let's start with world building. I think let's focus on that first. Um. So yeah, elephant in the room, Infinite Ratchets, this game moved from different dimensions, like in Todd or Nexus, or even the comics, um, moved from different dimensions being just different universe, completely new spaces, with new shit, to actually having parallel universes or parallel dimensions where everything happens all the same except something. Or in this case, I think they didn't want to go that far into it, and they just made a one parallel dimension where there's a lot of slight variations, but everything has its counterpart. Like in this dimension, Nefarious won or always wins. Um, Ratchet, his counterpart is actually Rivet. Um, she's a resistance fighter. She doesn't have a robot companion. She has experienced like only bad stuff with robots. Um, Kid is Clank's counterpart. Um, she's just Gary's apprentice. I don't know if Gary is supposed to be like an Orvus like figure, because Orvus is supposed to also be like an interdimensional being. But it's like a prophet, all seeing being, um, that is a father figure to Kit. Then there's Captain Quantum, then there's Pierre, there's Phantom, etc. So it's not like everything happened all the same except one event that branched the timeline, so to speak, or created like a parallel dimension, or like every single action has an outcome that's our dimension, and then there's like a separate, like every single possible outcome creates a parallel universe. They've not gone that route fully, but they do mention, um like Gary says to Clang, like maybe your Ratchet is the odd one out. Maybe all the other Ratchets are like Rivet, which begs the question: why all the other Ratchets if there's one Ratchet and one Rivet? They don't even share a name, you know. Um,
Yes, why is one ratchet called Rivet, but then there's more ratchets?
yeah,
And
what?
also, are they all Cadence sons, or is there infinite Cadence?
Yeah.
Then
Also,
did
like,
Caden also collect the other infinite Cadence into the dimension? Are
also
there
like this.
infinite dimensionators? Because then one of them surely could have been left behind to
Yeah.
any Lombax who is left behind.
Also, I think the main problem with this is, are like, it's not even clear. Like, okay, the game clearly says Rivet is Ratchet's alternate dimension counterpart. So, and Rivet has a tail, and Insomniac, even when asked lately, said that Lombax is not having tails might only be a rule of Ratchet's dimension. Female Lombax is not having tails. I don't know if I clarify. Um, because of Angela still. Um, but then Rivet has a
Who
tail.
the fuck?
um, so those 2 points point in the direction of Rivet is actually a parallel dimension Lombax, the last one of her kind, um, and that is it. Like, she has no blood relation with Ratchet. Um, she's not the daughter of like any character we know from like Ratchet's dimension. She's not like a Lombax from Ratchet's dimension that was sent to an alternate dimension. She's actually, native from this alternate dimension. Same with like all the alternate dimension counterparts, because if Raven was like from another dimension and just end up here, you know, um, there might be, um, like Rivet's father is an alternate dimension counterpart of Caden. Is it another Lombax from our dimension? Um, is there another an alternate dimension version of Alistair? Is there another alternate dimension of Tachyon? Like, the game points towards there being a completely parallel dimension with parallels of our story and characters, and then just something different happened in which Nefarious instead of Doctor Nefarious is Emperor Nefarious, and he won, and now has enslaved everyone, has conquered the Blarg, has conquered the pirates, has there's some members of the resistance that are just mentioned at the beginning, and that's it. Um, there's this resistant movement and so on. But like all the characters we know and love have their counterpart that has no relation to our dimension counterpart, besides being like a mirror of them. But there's a problem in which Lombaxes are now interdimensional beings. So our dimension, or Ratchet's dimension Lombaxes, created the Dimensionator, which lets them travel through dimensions without causing this shit that Ratchet caused because he shot the face quartz. Um, so Lombaxes from our dimension visited Rivet's dimension because the archives of Savali have the interdimensional map from Mags, which knows Caden, so it's assumed that it's from our dimension. Um, and at this point, you say, "Ah, oh, bollocks, my head hurts." Um, and also, all the lorbs have lore, have audio logs by Mags, um, which again is where we know that he knows Caden. He's from our dimension. They won the Great War. They transform, like, I think it's Mags himself who transforms the weapon Dimensionator into a helmet Dimensionator, which is what we find in our dimension in Todd. And also talks about, like, without mentioning Tachyon to make it easier for the new fans or people that have not played the future games. On the last logs, he says that they're in grave danger, and that's of course because like Alistair trusted Tachyon, and Tachyon has now like a whole army, and so the mapping process was to actually find a dimension suitable to move like all the Lombax race from Ratchet's dimension to there. Fully shoulders. What? um.
What's for fully back? For me.
Oh, fully back. Okay. Lungs, fully lungs. Yeah.
A Lombax?
Oh, another Lombax. Fully backs. Okay. So yeah. That moment, of course, mentioned like is referencing Tachyon taking over and the Lombax is having to flee. So they're finding like a suitable dimension. So here's the thing. We know Lombaxes are interdimensional beings at this point. We know Lombaxes like are scattered through dimensions at this point. We know that they fled from Ratchet's dimension to a safe haven dimension. Let's call it the Lombax dimension. What we don't know is were there actually Lombaxes before them building the Dimensionator in Ratchet's dimension? Were there Lombaxes in other dimensions? The ones that are parallel universes, like this. Like, did Rivet exist? Or like Rivet's parents exist in this dimension? Just because it's
would
a
have
parallel
been weird
dimension.
if Rivet was real and Ratchet was also real. In the same dimensions before they scattered, because then
Yeah,
how can they be counterparts if they coexisted in the same
exactly.
place?
That's what I mean, that the game really like clearly states that Rivet and Ratchet are just dimensional counterparts and that this is just the parallel universe. But then does this mean that Tachyon exists in this dimension and was, like, I don't know, defeated by Emperor Nefarious? That would be a thing. Or like eaten as an egg, and the Lombax is there. Not sorry, there's no Alistair in this dimension, or Alistair is not that dumb to trust Tachyon in this dimension. But the Lombaxes did not flee or like take refuge in this dimension because they saw there was Emperor Nefarious in this dimension. But then why, if they found like alternate dimension variants of their own race, because we know they've been to Savali in this dimension, why didn't they take them? Or if they did, why isn't that a plot point here that Rivet, like, she is also like an orphan, she also was alone. We know that her home planet is Sargasso. We know that she made contact with the Morts when she was a kid, and then she had like ran errands for the Morts to earn money to have her own place and so on. But you know, there's no indication of like what happened to her parents, or if the Lombax is of this dimension. Like, the only way this could make sense if the Lombaxes from Ratchet's dimension built a Dimensionator, went to this dimension, found that dimension was also fucked up, gathered all the Lombaxes too, and also fled somehow from, instead of Tachyon, Nefarious, and left Rivet behind instead of Ratchet. But then this also begs the question: why did they consider Tachyon to be an interdimensional threat, like our Tachyon? Because, like, why not um leave? Like, why did they have to find one specific dimension and not like flee to another dimension where Tachyon wasn't a thing? You know, why find a Lombax dimension and not like a parallel universe where they were happy?
Well, I think there's two things. One, like an overall thing about the whole dimensions thing is anytime any game or movie opens the whole can of worms that is time travel or dimensions, it never recovers. Like it's gone. It's down a hole and it's never coming back now. And it's
And
just gonna be
and guess
trying to explain and patch up holes, and it's over.
and guess which
But the
saga
other
did
thing,
both time travel and parallel dimensions?
yeah, and the other thing is, so far, like I think there's multiple senses of the word dimensions that IG uses, and it's kind of confusing. I thought of the Lombax dimensions as like the Netherverse, or like a separate world that looks completely different, and there's only one of them.
Yeah, but here's the thing:
And
like
it's like,
before,
is there a Lombax dimension in every dimension? In the sense that
yeah,
in the Rekoverse, there's a Lombax dimension, and in the Reek, Rivet and Kit,
yeah, yeah,
it's
Ricketverse,
also Rek, just with a
yeah, with a
K.
K.
And in the Rivetverse, there's also a Lombax dimension then? Or is the Lombax dimension unique, but then that introduces a whole many problems? Both of them, actually. One has more cadence, the other has Ratchet and Rivet be brothers, and Caden having infinite children, which pick your poison. Like, you did
Yeah,
this IG, you know what this results in, right?
I think like before, like, okay, Ratchet went the dimensions way before the time traveling way, and I think like with all the problems Todd has in making Ratchet also the chosen one and Clank also the chosen one instead of just one orphan in Veldin.
And somehow the plumber is also the chosen one.
Oh yeah.
And the god.
So with all the problems that Todd has with the overall plot of Ratchet and Clank, I think they went like the best way they could have gone in regards to multiple dimensions, because before Rift Apart, all multiple dimensions were completely different things. Like,
Yeah.
Quark needs to be the chosen one. Like, there was our dimension, there were like random pocket like dimensions in this game. Like, um, the dimension where they banished the crack mines to, um, the Lombax dimension, the um, what was it? The joke, the not the rainbow afrolizer, the um, Zanifarian skunks or something like that dimension. That's a throwaway line, like a joke in the research center film ad.
Oh, and the pizza dimension from Life of Pi.
Oh yeah, yeah. Even Life of Pi did the portalizer better. Like dimensions in Rock were completely different things. There were no parallel universes. There were just or the dimension that Tachyon ends up in, that then Artemis Zog also ends up in. Um, those are like the pocket dimensions of this game. You know, they're like weird things. Um, but then so Todd and Nexus with the multiple dimensions, and the Netherverse was also like a different dimension which had nothing to do with ours. Um, so first in Rack, what we saw was multiple dimensions, and I think it was done rather well for like all the problems that multiple dimensions can carry. Um, and then they did time travel, and even though ACID has problems with that because you can time travel to Xanifor 2 years ago, and you can time travel to Morklon 10 years ago and change the outcome of a whole planetary war. Um, it's also handled like it's damage controlled in a way where the clock is meant to maintain time and not time travel with it. It's not a time machine, Alistair. So in a way, like lore wise, it's also done fairly well. Like it you go through the points or the plot or like the ideas or like the creative things that uh, gameplay wise can bring um you can bring with time traveling without like crazy implications of like if something is fucked up you can just revert it even though like you can do it if it's less than 6 minutes. um but yeah, I think in the future saga it's controlled. Like it has its problems, especially time traveling, but it's not like the implications are not the whole scope of implications that multiverses and time traveling plots can have. But then they wanted to have a what if game.
And once you do that, even just once,
Yep.
uh, you can never undo that ever, unless somebody fucking wakes up and says, "Oh, it was a dream." Like,
Yeah.
these kind of weird and cheap twists is the only way to undo these. So I'm
Yeah.
not sure how they'll handle this.
I think like they don't want to like even in this game they didn't want to go like the infinite multiverses or infinite universes route, like infinite parallels. Like we have one parallel dimension where we find characters, and we have like we have Ratchet's dimension, Rivet's dimension, and then alternate Blizzard Prime and alternate Cordelian, which are like random dimensions we don't know of. But we don't find like alternate characters on those more than the chief engineer and the junk bot, but that's it. There's no main characters on those dimensions 3 and 4, which are also parallel dimensions from our own, and we don't know what happened in those dimensions. We know in the in Al Cordillion, we know that Juice was also captured. We don't know if it was by Nefarious Troopers 2, so we don't know if it's a dimension where Nefarious also won, but we know that a Ruby on Forge exists. We know that it was powered by Juice, We know that it was captured and tested and all that and tortured by some forces. We know that Jankbot exists and free Juice. Um, and now he calls him Juicy or Juicini or JC.
Yeah.
And on Alt Blizzard Prime, we know that there's a chief engineer that sends some bots to the purple. Uh, in Rivet's Dimension, we fucked up Rivet's Dimension Blizzard Prime because they turned on the drill, but the portals, the cataclysmic, the uh, dimensional cataclysm had unstabilized the core or whatever, and then the planet exploded. So we fucked up a complete planet. Let's go. Millions died. Thanks, Ratchet. Even
Novalis too, I guess. And new core too as well.
yeah, true. Um, but yeah, like we just know they're parallel dimension versions of planets that exist in our dimension and in Rivet's dimension. But Cordillean, we don't know if it exists in our dimension. Blizzard Prime, we know it's not our Blizzard Prime because Clank says it's not. We know it's not Rivet Blizzard Prime because we see that when we get there. So it's just a third dimension. Um, Cordillean, we don't know. But yeah, even with those, like those two are like justified by gameplay. It's just the same as Danifar and more cloning Acid. It's just there to justify, the theme of the game being time travel in one and multiple dimensions in the other. Um, but they tried to contain it with one parallel dimension being fleshed out, and just with that, it created a hell of a lot of problems that we'll see how they solve or most likely never touch on again.
Yeah, the problem with IG from experience of past games is they introduce a ton of continuity problems, and then they just kind of like not want to touch it like ever again.
Yeah.
They're tearing new holes everywhere into the plot line of the whole universe, but then they just don't want to touch them. And when they touch it, they make it worse because they kind of want to go back on it, but then they double down, but then they go back on it, and then it's, oh, never mind, here's a new problem.
And then, I mean, the main problem with that is that the games are so far apart. The writing team is completely different now. So there's no, like, for example, if TJ Fixman had like, he introduced, and the team, I don't know if it was any more people there. Um, but if they had, like, an idea um, for the trilogy that they had, and then they had more ideas for, like, the next mainline games, now that vision is no longer there. So you have a foundation with a lot of problems already um, that you have to work with, but you're like completely new people. So you don't know really what was that meant to uh, mean, what was the goal of some points, where was that going, if that was supposed to be closed and never to be mentioned again, if like some inconsistencies had any reasonable explanation at all. um, you're just left with what came before, and you just have to ignore whatever like. You must ignore what to like make your new story. You have to ignore the things that came before, which is already a problem. But then you have to choose what to ignore. You have to reference previous stuff because you have long time fans. Um, you have to make sense of everything as a whole. It's not easy, but going full onto multiverse is even more of a problem. And like, if the sequel, like, probably if they have plans for like a trilogy or like a spin-off game with Rivet after this, probably the writing team is going to be the same. But if we have another situation where, you know, it goes from PS3 to PS4, well, PS3 to PS5, or PS5 to PS6, or like a lot of years go by and the writing team is completely different again, they might just ignore whatever happened here in favor of I want to tell this story now, which is just jarring in a sense. And not to mention, we've been teased with the Lombax Dimension since 2007. Um, and in
Yeah.
that game, like, if it was just in 2007, it would have been, you know, Ratchet has matured. Um, we hit rewind for a while until we get it. Rack One was a thing. Um, Sometimes I wish you'd listen to your real friends instead of your imaginary ones. Let's go to where your imaginary ones say. Um, so you
You won't
rewind a
let
bit.
that one go.
No, you rewind a bit Ratchet's character to have a bit of conflict with Clank. You make Ratchet go through an arc again. Now Ratchet trusts Clank again. um, and then he realizes the Dimensionator is too much of a risk. They will go back home. And if the Lombax dimension is and the Lombax plotline is never mentioned again, then that's fine, because Ratchet has gone through it and over it, and he doesn't want to go with his family again, because his family, he has realized, is now the people he's with on, you know, the main dimension. Here comes Acid. We find out about Alistair. So let's revive that Lombax plotline, shall we? But Ratchet at the end learns that his family is in his dimension, and he can, like, if the occasion presents, he might want to go to the Lombax dimension, but not at the risk of um, the whole universe breaking apart. Same in Nexus. In Nexus, at least he has learned from the start, and the problem is not he wanting to go to the Lombax dimension, is another parallel of him. Like, you don't have to go to a parallel dimension for that. Like, Vendra is basically Ratchet. It's she's written to be a dark mirror of Ratchet in the same dimension as Ratchet. Um, Too much on the nose sometimes. Um, that's like probably
Suppose you're right, but let's do it anyway.
yeah. Um, and at the end of the game, like in this, it's not as much of an arc. It's just, you know, having a dark mirror of yourself. Um,
Oh my god, Al, you just highlighted the whole problem. Vendra and the whole writing is a mirror of IG, where they like, we should not go there again with the Lombax plot lines. You know how
but
it's gonna end.
but let's do
It's
it
just
anyway.
it's just gonna bring more destruction. Isn't like the new plot line like a content place to call your home? Like, yeah, I guess you're right, but you know what? Fuck it. Here's the fifth game with the Lombax theme.
So
Yeah.
again, at the end of Nexus, you have Ratchet saying, "You know what? Even if it worked, maybe I wouldn't even do it. You know, uh, here's my place now." Like, he's like hesitant again. Like, you know, you can't tell. It's like, well, I mean, I kind of wish I could, but as of now, I think it's better not to. So like, I get that Clank wants to see his buddy happy, and like not have this remorse at the back of the head and whatever. But really, Clank revealed the Dimensionator in public in a parade
After he himself he's all the
after
Clank, the universal dad's son, being the new universal person that is
and
responsible and
and the
has all this knowledge on why it's dangerous, is like,
and
you know what? I'll just
and
take this.
and the guy that from the get-go knew that anyone wielding a dimensionator was an interdimensional threat, and the existence of the device was too much of a risk, and that if they had a dimensionator, it must be a secret, like the great clock that somehow now everyone knows about too. because the Museum of Intergalactic History also has like Alistair there saying that he fucked up with the clock. It's
And there's also the the parade on Rift Apart. Like, here's the
yeah, yeah,
clock platform with the
exactly.
the Time Lord Universe thing station.
Oh,
Yeah, don't worry about that.
like I love Rift Apart, but it's based on the most shitty setup in Rag since Dawn. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
Clang is now stupid. Deal with it.
It's kind of like undoing a lot of growth because it's a standalone story, so like the lessons don't really carry through.
Yeah, but
But then just make a
Clank being intelligent
spin-off
is
or
just, you know,
s-
Clank being
yeah.
intelligent is just something that goes with his character. Why is he stupid all of a sudden? Like, he's the only reasonable line in the parade is like, "Oh dear, must he tell the whole galaxy?" It's, Clank, whose idea was this? Quarks or yours? I had a speech prepared. Then, ah,
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he got a bit carried away with the joy that
like,
he'll surprise his friend finally, and like
yeah,
once he kind of slipped through the
like
safety precautions.
I get it. I get it. It's cute as hell. It's super wholesome. Clank, after so many years in secret, you've seen Ratchet, um, have this thing in the back of his head about the lump. What about the lump access? And even if he's realized that this dimension is like his home now, you want him to fulfill like everything, and that's cute, and that's fine, and that's wholesome, and you go, Clank. You want to make your friend happy, but why in public? Why reveal the most dangerous shit in public? It's like begging for the game to happen. It's like, you know what? Ratchet also says that he hasn't done hero stuff in years, so let's set up something. It'll be fun. I might lose an arm, but it'll be fun.
And legs.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of sus implications with Rift Apart, and I gotta say that the whole multiverse thing introduces way too many problems
Yeah,
of stakes. Because why care if there's another universe that's almost the same? Then why care?
yeah,
Clang died. Okay, don't jump after him because you might also die. Just let him die, and you'll find a new Clank.
yeah.
Oh no, Veldin blew up. Nope, no problem. Let's find another universe where Veldin is still there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess again they tried to damage control and go with just one fully fledged parallel dimension. And again, a lot of changes. Like it's not exactly cookie cutter Ratchet, cookie cutter Kid, Clank. Sorry, it's Rivet and Kid, which are their own characters. They're different personality. They have different personalities. They have different backgrounds. They have like, but again, they did that with Vendra. Why do you need a different dimension? Have like Emperor Nefarious conquered a galaxy and then suddenly all the universe somehow. Like have a a ruler Tachyon style that conquered a whole galaxy, if you wish, and then you see a Lombax there or something, or like it doesn't even need to be a Lombax. It's just another mirror of Ratchet instead of being a dark mirror of future Saga Ratchet, a dark mirror of OG Ratchet, like Rivet is supposed to be like on his tantrum at the end. Um, I don't know. It's just opening to more problems than
Yeah, I guess that's the that's the 25 minutes short.
yeah,
Alternate Dimension introduced a lot of problems with
yeah.
unique worlds and characters.
And again, I guess their process was. I mean, it's not. I guess they've literally said that. Um, they wanted to do a what if with like characters not being the heroes they were supposed to be or they could be. Um, so how could they do a parallel? Um, like that with a what if and different characters like similar to ours, but like something different happened. Oh, parallel dimensions. Oh, we have a device named literally the Dimensionator, so let's go with that. And they fucked up like the entirety of lore regarding the Dimensionator prior to this game because they wanted to do a what if. Like again, the game is great and the story is compelling, but once you start questioning this shit, whew, I think the
Yeah,
problem is
maybe I mean that would not work like the same exact way, but maybe Ratchet and Clank could have just learned that there's parallel universes, which there is no way to cross over, but you just know that they exist. And then we
maybe you
kind of
can
cut
watch
to the alternate universe
maybe
and
you
playing
can
that too.
maybe you can watch the alternate universe and there's like they discovered that the Dimensionator somehow affects the parallel dimension, but you cannot like actually be there, you know? Like you can I don't know, you can send uh a very specific interdimensional Lombax technology created or with Clang help device to help Rivet or something, or to make Rivet find Kit, or like with to talk with Rivet, but
I don't
Ratchet
know
and
if I
Clank cannot.
would put the whole like influence thing. Like my idea was just to have a reason
Oh yeah, for the
to
what
cut
if, yeah,
to the other universe and not just have the main menu start in the other universe and players are confused like why is Ratchet blue? So it could just be a prologue thing like Ratchet and Clank learn about like oh what would another universe look like then?
yeah, but then it
And then you
wouldn't be
actually
a
get to
Ratchet,
a taste of
but then it wouldn't be a Ratchet and Clank game, you know.
yeah, well that's the problem. That I don't know how
Yeah,
big of a
that's
factor it was to have a new playable character that players would not riot about because like the game is Ratchet and Clank, what the fuck is this? Well,
yeah.
it's also Ratchet, I guess. And then the whole
Also,
thing just
I guess also like that's what why I went also the influence route, because if Rivet has not met her Clank like Kit, um, like why would she just now, now that the plot starts, let's just have all the events of the plot happen, um, but like have some bits of influence happen, or have it so the villain, which would not be nefarious, for the 20th time, um have the villain try to actually cross or conquer multiple dimensions, or be the other way around, in which Emperor Nefarious, there's like a tachyon, or there's like something like this, um, where Emperor Nefarious gets a hold of their universe, their parallel dimensions dimensionator, and is trying to reach Ratchet's dimension, um, or trying to go around this "you cannot cross to other dimensions" rule. Um, Also, like having some implications in Rivet's dimension, like cataclysmic events like this. Uh, and Ratchet and Clank have to help somehow from their dimension. And Clank is an interdimensional being, so like they could meet with Gary and Kit anyway. And maybe these cascading entropic fissures could serve as a nexus between both dimensions. Something, you know, something
yeah.
to justify why do we care as Ratchet and Clank about this dimension, which is already fucked up, um, and why do we get to play as characters on this dimension? I don't
Yeah,
know.
so to like wrap up my thoughts, it would be one, we kind of went back on a lot of pre-established lore as an effect of
Mm,
new writers and not the
yeah,
same people, of course, making these like narrative decisions as 20 years ago. And that's always going to be an effect of that. But that's kind of one source of the problems.
mm,
And yeah, the other one is the introduction of alternate everything
yeah,
always opens up the can of worms that is usually never recovered from because things are not unique anymore. There's so many of everything, maybe different, maybe some are the exact same.
yeah,
Either way, it's things lose a lot of value, and I guess that was my second
yeah. It
and other
was
biggest problem with the story,
yeah. I think it
like
was
with
our
the
concern since they
implications.
It was our biggest concern for the story, since they said that it was gonna be a parallel dimension, and
Yeah. If
yeah,
there's one, there's infinite.
there's no escaping that. Yeah. And even then, if there was no mention about others, like other parallel dimensions, that would be something. But they literally say all other ratchets are like that, or like maybe your ratchet is the odd one out, or Max says this. There's like a smaller number, or a number a bit smaller than infinite to go, or something like that. But hey, in
Yeah.
any case, before moving from this point, let me, because I missed like 2 or 3 uh, long messages from chat. Rivet is clearly shown to be confident enough to beat the Emperor on her own. Yeah, given enough time. Emperor in the first quantum. Yeah, that's something else that I also wanted to touch on the resistance thing. So I'll hold that thought. Um, Ratchet is in coma. Yeah, the Marvel Studios intro starts playing it. Tun, 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 tun. Um, always trust Clang except in the beginning of the game. I saw that. Staying a cripple. Freak. Damn. Um, yeah, I kind of wished for like a Tachyon tease somehow, or like some way of actually connecting, or some way of actually explaining the. Oh, look, tiny Ratchet with the some way of actually explaining what actually happened to the Lombard, to Caden, to Tachyon, like to like Alistair saying yes to Tachyon, and them having to move to another dimension, and how was that, and like the origins of the Lombaxes and so on. I get why they didn't go that way in this standalone game, but holy hell, dude. um okay, before moving on from world building, the resistant fight. So Rivet beats Emperor Nefarious given like some help, but actually not that much. Like, I guess the whole point was you she needed Kit. Like, they work together way better than they work separately, and that's also the point with Ratchet and Clank also working better together. Um, which I feel like it's the moral of the story for like a lot of Ratchet and Clank media. Like, Life of Pi also reverts Ratchet's character um, to a point before that, and the moral of the story is, I guess we work better together. Um, Here it's the same, but for Root and Kid, but we were expecting that because again, the point of the game, or the conception of the game was, let's have an alternate dimension with a what if Ratchet didn't meet Clank and wasn't successful, and Doctor Nefarious, because now Doctor Nefarious is like the cortex of Ratchet and Clank. One.
The Bowser.
In my universe, bandicoots are considered pests, as fit for extermination as a housefly. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Also, Crash 4 also opened the infinite dimensions problem, but again, also brought characters from the Tonaverse, being Tona and Femtropy. Like, you don't care that much about Crash's storyline. It's just a platformer from PS1 era. The story is just, an excuse. Ratchet and Clank is like, again, you can't say the PS2 storyline is not that important, but I feel like even from Rack 1, the story was something
It's
important.
context to travel and have the new levels at least.
Yeah, and
Because
also like,
in Crash you just stand on the platform and you're teleported
yeah,
onto a castle. Okay.
because it has a crystal. Okay, fine.
But in Ratchet it's like Yeah, you actually have a ship and like an actual character, and you
Yeah,
actually go to like
and you
actual
have like,
existing planets.
and even like, especially in one, like from the very first one, you have character motivations and like a whole character arc. I think the story is essential to Rock. Like it's the pillar since the very first game. Um, so yeah, I think the comparison is not fair. Um, but yeah, in any case, even though I get that the point was like Rivet needed Kit to actually be whole, I guess, and to actually be able to beat Nefarious. Um, the Resistance fight itself is super weird because like you have the Morts, which are kind of aligned with the Resistance, but they're just doing their thing in Sargasso, processing gelatonium, which is supposed to be like the fuel of of all ships and all on like the main source of fuel. Um, so they have to sell fuel to nefarious troopers, and then you have the Cordelian, which has the forge, um, which also has like the source of energy is juice, and then you have Blizzard, which has the mines of Blizon, which is supposed to be another energy source, which doesn't seem to be like in the hands of Emperor Nefarious. Even like out Rivet's Dimension chief engineer is just like the planet exploded, lol, but well, not lol, but but not because of Emperor Nefarious. It was actually because of Ratchet. Uh, not because like it's not brought up that Blizzard was in hands of Emperor Nefarious. Like when they go to Blizzard Prime, and they are discussing like, oh, and do you think that this will be able to do whatever and return you to your dimension? And Clank's no, because the planet exploded. So the problem with going to Blizzard wasn't that the Emperor had the mines under his control. It was that you know the mineral was rare. Thank you, Ming. And again, Rivet steals super easily an infobot on the first cutscene of the game, talking to a mysterious resistance member we don't know, and that infobot is supposed to have like super cool information and be useful for the resistance. And Rivet is like, this was cool, but not as cool as what we'll see in that infobot. And then the only thing it has is Nefarious's hit list, which they already knew about. And
Plus, I the mysterious voice kind of sounds like the master virus
yeah, and
to me.
and and then there's like um Rivet, well, that's the last one, like, and me, but like Captain Quantum, Phantom, Klatchki, Moidoy, and me. Okay. Phantom, we've already met. We know it's from the Resistance. Okay. Moidoy looks a lot like a Cragmite. I cannot get over this fact. Um, or a Nether, but I think it's more fleshy, so it's more like a Cragmite. And he's just mentioned and shown there and in the picture on Rivet's hideout, and that is it. That's a
Yeah, I don't think
character
there
with a lot of
wanted to be any
potential.
implications.
Yeah, but there are if you show them. Like,
Yeah, but it was like, what races are in this universe?
yeah,
Said the new writers, and they're like, oh, we'll just put one of these guys in as well. Doesn't matter that they're like mega super deeply important.
yeah. And then Klatchki. So Moidoy and Klatchki are like two main resistance members that are brought up and never touched on again. And then Emperor Nefarious has this thing of instead of killing the resistance, just sending them to Viceron to their doom. So when you free the resistance, they're not there. So did he actually kill those two? Did they just decide they were on vacation? On vacation, were they hiding? Because then Rivet is like, attention, all resistance members, and I'm like, the two of you, because Phantom is already in jail. You and you know about this, and the only other one is Captain Quantum, and Captain Quantum has I know Rivet doesn't know that, but has bugged Emperor Nefarious, so he knows everything. So who are you talking to, Rivet?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I guess they were meant to be in the game as actual characters, but in order to avoid the PS4 Ranger syndrome
Oh
of
yeah,
some very empty characters that have like 23 seconds screen time,
yeah. I mean,
they were like,
Moidoi really looked like Brax. You.
yeah,
But in any case, like the resistance fight itself feels kind of empty and kind of weird. Like in Jack Chu, you have the underground against Baron Praxis, and you feel like at least like Jack Chu has a lot of random missions, but a lot of them, like the majority of them, are supposed to be justified as um, dealing damage to the Baron and his operations and his control of on the city. Like you go to the water slums, you go to the mining facility, you go
oh
to
no,
different,
not the slums.
you go to the sewers, um, to like there's like the lore and and crew like bounty hunter missions, and then there's the Torn missions, Torn or Thorn, Torn, um, where you actually target specific Baron locations. Here, I get that the main mission is just build another Dimensionator, but you're on Corson 5, you help Skid or Phantom. We don't know if it's Skid also in this dimension. Um, you help him hack the nefarious spa and distract them. Hack the blimp and distract the guards on the spa. But like all the citizens of Nefarious City are robots that are way too much brainwashed for you to um have any impact with a random message like this is the voice of the resistance. This is the voice of truth. And that's it. And then he turns himself in.
Yeah, it's like, everybody listen up. Okay, go home.
It's
Oh,
like
here's a sick grind rail, dude.
it's like you're even if it was like you're being brainwashed. Emperor Nefarious is like the worst you I don't know, the worst, dude. Um why? They're robots. They're doing their thing. They're just buying the bazaar. They're brainwashed. They're at Emperor
Not
Nefarious's
everybody.
command.
Some actual environmental voice lines suggest that some of them are very much not happy with
Oh,
um, that whole thing.
okay. Because the
And
ones the
there's
ones
also, yeah, the squishy that Rivet saves at the beginning. So like some of them are still
yeah,
around, I
but like
guess.
it's not fleshed at all. It's just like, oh look, cute robots that say, but because the ones that I know you spent like a lot more in Corson 5.
Why would you think that?
Just a hunch. Um, no, but so okay, if there's at least some environmental lines, that's cool. And Miss Zircon in the Spybot also says that they're like only oppressed and the only good thing is like cheaper electronics or something like that.
Yeah,
Um,
slightly cheaper,
yeah.
even not even significantly.
So okay, but I don't know. It feels like the resistance is just there because it has to be there. Um,
Yeah,
as a reaction to like the emperor's rule, but it doesn't seem like you're damaging really the emperor's operations. It doesn't feel like they're actually um, proving their point. It doesn't feel like um, any citizen you find after the squishy on the first cutscene is rooting for you or anything. um I don't know. The most part is like the Morts when they invade Sargasso, but they're fucking invading Sargasso, and you destroy the invade, like you destroy the ships that are invading. Of course, they're cheering for you, and also it's like Rivet's home planet. Of course, they're cheering for you. I don't know. It's weird. The
I think the
resistance.
resistance was like slight story element. It was not fleshed out.
Yeah, it was just
Like, they didn't
there,
want to flesh it out. It was
or
just
they
like, hey,
couldn't.
there's this huge underground fighter resistance thing against this super oppressive emperor. Anyway, here's a cool jungle. Here's some honey on a lava planet. Um, how about rock music and
Lore.
hoverboot sections? Fuck the whole emperor storyline thing. We're having fun.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, that was the point. And then uh, it's in here in this point. Maybe it's better on the next one about characters or something. But um, when Emperor Nefarious gets the Dimensionator, instead of, you know, using it as a Dimensionator, he just uses it as a teleporter for some reason,
Yeah.
and perfectly fine. Like, Doctor Nefarious has no idea how to, move with a Dimensionator. He's like, oh, let's go to a supernova. Oh, that's not a supernova. What the fuck? We're back at the beginning. And then Emperor Nefarious like, tick tick tick, there, boom, pocket dimension. Tick tick tick, boom, there, Zordoom. Tick tick tick, there, Sargasso.
Yeah. The one person who didn't really ever have any experience with the Dimensionator.
Or didn't study it for years, as like Nefarious says that it took years to figure out the coordinates. So like, if you know how to input coordinates into a machine, you probably know more or less how the machine works, right?
Ah, arguable. But yeah, I guess the overarching the Emperor is competent and the Doctor is not. Just
Yeah, I guess that was another
has
point
to
for
be
that, but like,
indiscriminately in every situation, even though it doesn't make sense.
but it's not that competent if you have a device that's literally called Dimensionator, and you solely use it to travel through your own dimension, like just to be faster.
Yeah,
But yeah, I
it's
don't know.
it's weird
It's
that
weird how
it
they.
takes him a while to realize there are other universes to
Yeah,
conquer.
yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's it for my point seven. I know I see there's one on yours. Wanna comment on that?
Yeah, we kind of touched on the my specific note was about the rarity of the Dimensionator, which was
Yeah,
it's this super one of a kind unique thing in
yeah.
the future games, and then we need to repair it. Uh, the other who was it that built like a shitty discount version?
Vendra and Neftin.
Yeah, they also built one. Clank rebuilds one.
Yeah, I mean,
Then,
even
oh,
in
I'm afraid we have to make a new one again,
even
but
in
only at the
Nexus.
Ruby on Forge this time because you can't build one anywhere else except the other three.
Even in Nexus, it felt like uh, it defined how strong and like powerful and wise and like how much of a threat were the Nethers, or like Vendra and the Proc twins were, when you knew that they were capable of building not even a fully functional and uh, perfect copy of the Lombax Dimensionator, but just one that was functional enough to, like, when they draw the or like made the barriers of reality thin in Psylocke, that worked, and could like bring Mr. I. So
Yeah,
even in Nexus, like just a second Dimensionator that wasn't exactly like uh, the previous one was already whoa. And you had to go and find the original Dimensionator in the museum and fix it, um, to actually counter that Dimensionator. Um, so it was like the original one, the one Dimensionator, and like a bootleg version of, like, to just prove how much of a threat they were.
yeah. Remember when it was like the Lombeck secret and like this super
And yeah,
unique one of a kind technology?
Azimuth mentions like Dimensionators but again, that was like Lombax technology. Like the Lombax is having more than one dimensionator. That's fine in the Lombax society. And again, Max now in this game says that they've changed from the pistol, the gun version to the helmet version, voice command activated. Um, so yeah, that's fine. I mean, Max starts saying, "I need the Dimensionator," which Caden loaned me. Um, so I guess that was a moment where there was one Dimensionator. Then they changed the design. There was two, and etc. Um, so here it just okay. Clank has spent years researching Lombak's history and artifacts. Clank is an intelligent, remarkable intelligent being. So it's fine. He knew how to build another one, and he actually researched Lombak's lore so far back that he actually built another one like the original gun one instead of the one that he actually saw, which was the helmet one, which at first is weird, but hey, I guess that's one of the things that was actually justified in lore. Um, but then it's just like, so we need this crystal, which is the rarest mineral in the universe, of which we also will change the name for no reason from the comics. Like again, I get it, it's standalone, but like one of the rarest. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Veritanium is still called that, even though it's a standalone game.
Yeah, but like
Like that's
exactly
not
that.
reason to rename it.
Um, there's no reason to have like a different name for a thing that it's just a new name that nobody knows about. But yeah, face quartz instead of Surinox shard. I get that they didn't want to go the Surinox way because the Surinox shard comes from the Surinox comet, which is supposed to be an interdimensional comet that changes dimensions constantly. So like, you probably like. I think it fits perfectly. Like Blizzard, mines is a mining site for Blizon, not of face quartz in this game, not of Surinox. But they could have known that the Surinox comet went through Blizzard, so they can mine Surinox in Blizzard. And it's still one of the rarest minerals in the universe because it's from a fucking comet that travels interdimensionally. So it makes perfect sense in canon, and they didn't have to change anything. Um, but again, different writing team. They wanted to have like I don't know a stable source of Surinox. Like not Surinox of face quartz. They had to justify Clank also getting face quartz before the game. So yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, the my main, I guess, like it's justified because they go to Savali and they get the schematics. Um, so then they just go to the most powerful forge in the galaxy to actually build it super quickly. Um, but still, like if it was that easy to build a dimensionator, damn. I mean, I say that easy, but yeah, again, I guess finding the schematics is not an easy task. They just knew where they were, and the Rubian Forge was control under the Emperor control, so it wasn't that easy either. But yeah,
Yeah.
even then, it feels
So
like too easy to build a Dimensionator now.
yeah, which is why I was surprised that the whole story was set up that there's this mega rare relic device, and then oh, it broke. Oh,
Let's
we
build
need a new
another one.
one. Let's make a new one.
Yeah,
And then Clank is like, he might have slightly
underestimated.
underestimated how difficult that would be, and I was like, yes, okay,
Nice.
nice. But then it's just still
It's like
super easy anyway.
it's like
It's just you
upload
have to complete 2 more levels.
upload these schematics, and now this
Like, it
verse
was so
this verse
convenient.
This
It was
Versa
so
forge,
easy.
yeah, this Versa shit forge will just create a fully functioning Dimensionator with all the parts, moving parts and everything, and like coordinate and so on, and like
Yeah, you just
buttons.
need
Uh,
crystal.
yeah, I don't know.
So it was a very again undermined the whole uniqueness and value of thing. That seems to be a returning trope, I guess,
Yeah,
with a pre-existing lore and Rift Apart. But as a self-enclosed thing, like if you only play Rift Apart, then you don't have those problems with the story, and it's like, okay, there was this device, it broke, we make a new one. I
yeah,
guess it's kind of hard, but we can do it, and it's fine.
yeah.
It's
I think
only again if you want to build like consider previous existing lore that it has
yeah. I
more
mean, even in
problems.
Rift Apart, you have the problem of it's one of the rarest minerals in the universe, and you get it first try. You mine it, there it is. Which yeah, I mean, Blizzard Prime is not like a cakewalk in canon, but even then, as soon as you turn on the drill, there it is. You know. Um,
Yep.
then it breaks, but then you have the fixer, which is like the most OP thing ever. Um,
Of which there
conveniently,
might be infinite now.
yeah, conveniently there. Um, and which you fix super quickly, but we'll more on that later. Um, and then in Ratchet side, you find the schematics super quickly, and you just find the forge that just instantly creates a Dimensionator, which is weird.
Yeah. So I think we can move on to
Yeah,
category 8.
yeah,
And again, we should kind of speed it up
yeah. Story and
because an
pacing.
hour and
Okay,
a half left roughly, but
okay.
that's gonna fly by.
Mick. I tried to with the parts that the Lombax text in the map room. Most of it, I think it's just gibberish because it's like even like upside down and from right to left and so on. It's just random letters. Sometimes it just doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's weird. The Lorbs though, they do say for honor on top and for friendship on the bottom, upside down. And here in the in the pause menu, it says for you, which is cool. Um, but yeah, let's go on to point 8.
Okay, so that is story and pacing. So how it's actually told in game and how the logic of the story makes sense. Like
Yeah,
within Rift Apart only, like without implications of the grand universe.
yeah,
And on the point of Dimensionator, I think it's pretty closely tied from the previous section
yeah.
that
It's
it didn't make
super
too
easy.
much sense to me. And just want to point out, like, highlighting all the things that I didn't understand or that were kind of weird
Hmm?
um, does not mean I'm not happy with the game. Like, for
No, no, no.
every
Again, yeah,
nitpick or something, imagine like 10 other things I absolutely loved about the game. So, like, I don't want this to feel like just an onslaught of just criticism.
criticism.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, that being said, it felt super weird how you like Ratchet and Kit go to the archives. Kit downloads the coordinates with the blueprints for the Dimensionator,
Yeah,
which now we know the whole fate of the multiverse depends on it.
yeah.
And immediately, like 20 seconds after, the troopers attack, and Kit is
Oh,
like, "Goodbye, Ratchet. It's been fun." And she just walks away with the blueprints and goes on like a
yeah. Giant
as
climbing.
if it's even a possibility for them to split up now that she's the only one that has the key to saving everything.
I mean,
It felt kind of
head
weird.
headcanon easy fix is that Kate downloaded them and sent them to Ratchet, so she also has them. He
Yeah,
also has
that's
them.
what I assumed, but we don't see anything happen. It's just,
Yeah, just
yes, we can build one. Let me project the blueprints. Yep, there it is. Okay, goodbye.
yeah. I mean, it's weird if you think about it, but like it would be fixable even if Kate just left there. Ratchet probably would have had the schematics in Cordelian.
Yeah, but Kid is also, I think, the one that uploads them
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah.
forge.
No, no, no. She is, yeah. But like, you know, if
Yeah, it wouldn't
if
be
it would
impossible. It
have been,
just
it
felt
would have been,
strange
yeah. It
that those two scenes were back to back.
if the story would have like went another way, it wouldn't, you know, have been a big of a problem.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Um. Well, I think we mentioned also like the starting point of the plot. Like, I think Rift Apart is great. Even the story, like self-contained in game, it's super cool. But and like the game is one of the best Ratchet games. But is the story is all based, or like the game happening is all based in Clank being a moron, which not in rack one ways of like gullible and innocent, but actually like after knowing what risks what he's doing can provoke or like have, just let's do it anyway. Let's present the whole galaxy with a dimension here. So I think we already mentioned that. So let's just mention that. Just why why didn't they find something else to base the plot on? Like the entirety of Rift Apart is based on Clank being stupid.
The Rift Apart, like none of it would happen if both characters in the first 5 minutes actually adhere the rules that they
Yeah,
discovered and learned
that's so
in
out
the
of
past
character.
20 years.
It's so
Ratchet
out
is
of
like, let me shoot this super dangerous, threatful to the existence device, which
yeah,
Clank so conveniently showed in public, because why not?
yeah. It's even yeah even Ratchet is it's
It's a
so
double
out of
whammy.
character for both Ratchet and Clank, especially Clank because if it
Yeah.
wasn't shown in
And we were
public,
happy that they Ratchet finally shot first, but still,
yeah,
like in the only situation where he shouldn't have, I
he
guess.
should have shot the hand or Nefarious or
Yeah,
like
or anything else.
yeah or the vehicle like the engine of the vehicle or whatever. I don't know, like anything except that.
Yeah, it didn't make too much sense to me.
Yeah, like Nefarious building the Dimensionator would have made more sense because at least it's
But then
not.
again, like how many more are there? Like
Yeah,
anybody can just build it now? You go to the behind the Wendy's parking
but
lot
like
and
also
there's one in the dumpster.
like how does Nefarious crack the coordinates of the dimension where he wins, and how does he know that the Dimensionator is gonna be? It's just so much like the setup for
Okay,
Rift
a
Apart
part
is.
of it is cartoon storytelling. Like it's not like the next Detroit or Witcher or
No, yeah, I get it.
like
Like
super story heavy game.
I get it. I
Last
get
of Us
Ratchet is a
maybe.
kids game, and I get the stories never to be analyzed so deeply because even like the original ones and the future ones fail tremendously in some of these regards too. But like, dude, and also it's a problem of Ratchet being like I think the series is less and less mature um as we are more and more mature, so like we analyze more these kinds of things where we shouldn't. um but like at least don't make them this blatant and this obvious. Like on the first trailers it looked like um Nefarious was the actual source of this because Ratchet and Clank appeared in Megalopolis through a rift, and they were like, and not far from where we last saw him. We can still put an end to this before Ratchet shot the Dimensionator. So like it looked like Nefarious was actually the source of this mayhem, and then Ratchet just fucked it up even more by shooting. But now
Yep.
it's just dumb.
Now it's both reasons are us.
Yeah,
It being in the wrong hands and also it being shot.
like Nefarious, I can only congratulate Nefarious for one, figuring out the coordinates without the Dimensionator or knowing of its existence, supposedly in the first place, and two, knowing that the Dimensionator was going to be there and how to use it so quickly. Like even though Nefarious is framed as this incompetent fool that doesn't know how to use the Dimensionator, like kudos to him actually. Like, dude,
Yeah, well, he was a super competent. Or as I grew up as a kid and I played the older games, the idea I got of Nefarious was him being this competent, like actually threatening,
yeah,
like
he
still
has
kind of
been,
goofy or like crazy person, but
yeah,
like he
Hammy.
has giant facilities and warships called the Leviathan, and like he's the obliterator, the mech. He has everything. Like
Yeah,
he knows how to get shit done. Like he's an actual like inventor and
yeah. I think that's a problem too with the future series. Like you have Tachyon, which is supposed to be like a genocidal threat that even the Lombaxes were too afraid to fight and they fled. And then he's just a fucking joke. Like again, I would
yeah,
get
there was a
the
clash of characters.
I could get the your name's Percival scene because Ratchet and Clank are well, Ratchet specifically is cocky, and he sees like a tiny little shit that his name is Percival for the first time, and he's like, "You're gonna do anything to me? Get fucked!" But then as like that's Ratchet, not Tachyon himself being a fucking joke. Like,
Yep.
and then that problem. Yeah, even Pickle Nefarious looked more competent, but again, I think it was more like I don't know. I don't know. We don't talk about the PS4 game for our sanities.
By the way,
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's also a problem about the older games not taking themselves so seriously. Or not having these grandiose plots of saving the universe. Um, because you're the hero that has to, but actually having more of um, personal stakes or like um, personal justifications.
there's only
Um,
so many times you can blow up Weldon or threaten
yeah,
to, which
yeah,
kind of leads me a point.
but it's not the same. We have to do this because it affects us. That we have to do this because we're the good guys. And we're meant to. And it's like you know, I don't know. Yeah, carry on with the Velden things.
So I overall about the story of Rift Apart, I really enjoy the theming of interdimensionality. If we disregard all the plot
Problem.
holes, like gameplay wise and making for an interesting game,
Oh
absolutely.
yeah,
Like while playing the game, I was not bothered by these at all. It was just like, "Ooh, look at that purple thing. That's
yeah,
cool.
yeah. And
Let's
the pocket
go in. Oh,
dimensions
now I'm in a different world. That's cool."
and being allowed to do this by the almost instant loads, it's crazy good. That's
Yeah.
absolutely like I absolutely get why they wanted to make this game, like with the new hardware and all. Like I completely understand. It's just and I love this game. Don't get me wrong. And I think again, I think it has some really cool story beats and moments and character based motivations and like character and personal stakes, not just we have to do this because we're the good guys, which yeah happens sometimes in the game, but like not as much as the PS4. As the what? Um,
Yep.
so yeah. I think yeah, it just has the problems that comes with interdimensional uh, plot points and has the problems that come with cartoony key um, storytelling and has the problems that come with 20 years of lore um, from like super scattered apart from like different writing teams that you have to somehow make cohesive and
Yeah, it's
coherent.
never easy to catch up on every single detail and reference of older games
Yeah.
when you've just been hired like for a few years, maybe
Yeah.
for a 20-year-old franchise. It's like I don't
Yeah.
expect anybody
If something,
to
I'm
catch up on
super.
everything.
If something, I'm super glad that the monks are told like are introduced as variants of the same species as the goons, and the goons are from Snivelag, from Bogon, and so on. Like all these little details, like you know, make it look like they actually care about even PS2 era, which from PS2 old fans feels like it's the games that they're trying to forget the most about.
Well, them being the oldest, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
But overall, I was very refreshed by the storytelling and
Yes.
the the characters, just the delivery of the whole story. There were
Yeah, I
serious
think
moments, serious
yes.
motivations. There
Yes.
have been touching moments. There have been like, sure, there have been like many lighthearted or jokey moments as
Yeah,
well, but they
but
were mixed really well, I think. And the new characters did not feel like,
true
just
for yeah, for the sake of
it's Ratchet 2, just more bland because
yeah,
it's newer.
yeah. I
Like
think
everybody felt like their own character, and I was really like that feeling came back from the old games where the
yeah,
cutscene is kind of like the reward
yeah,
for beating the level.
yeah. The cutscenes are top notch, and the animations are incredibly smooth. Like a lot of characters moving in cutscenes have some very very minor details on like how they move and the flow of the anime. It looks so good. God damn it. Like Nefarious on when he discovers that he actually won and he wakes up um on the throne room. Like also the stretchy animations when he actually sits down and it's neck areas and then he's from the neck.
Yeah.
Uh and he Emperor, he looks so human. Like the animations look so fluid and good, and then like the same with
Yeah, that looked like mocapped.
yeah,
The one scene when he's dancing in the hallway,
yeah,
because like you can tell how he stretches his arm, like punches or whatever, like
yeah,
jolts
yeah,
his arm, and his entire like body has that inertia that it just moves with it, and he can't be like super exaggerated because like it feels like he has realistic weights
and
and
he's
like
so
physical
happy,
limits.
and Armin Shimmerman's doing a
Yeah.
fantastic job. Yes!
Every time I watch a nefarious scene where he's screaming, I kind of like run out of air myself because I'm like feeling for the voice actor. I'm like, poor person.
But also like it even if he's like the bad guy, you feel so happy for him. Like he did it, dude. Actually. Um
Yeah,
and then the other one is Emperor Nefarious when he shows up and is like winning, who's cheering or something, and he has a head movement like this and it's so natural. Oh god.
yeah,
And like
yeah. A lot of
also
motion studies, I think. But I'm very glad that they still have the squash and stretch.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
with
yeah,
the better and better graphics and visuals, they don't go down the
who's
path of realism.
celebrating. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, who's celebrating? Them.
them.
He just fucking shoots them. It's so
It's
menacing.
so
Like the
good.
first scene with Emperor, I was like, yes,
Yes.
I wanted to be like concerned about and afraid of a villain for so long,
Yeah.
and that he kind of just becomes half of a joke by the end anyway. And he's like dancing around and he's like being weird too. Like he's not too serious in the end. But the
I mean,
first
I could
impression I got was
yeah.
he's dead serious.
I could I could understand like if you're doing a propaganda message of I won, I've done everything, um, to have like a bit of a celebration, and he's still nefarious. So like the dancing again, I would have preferred um a nod to Robots of the Galaxy, like a death to all squishies. That would have been perfect there.
Yeah.
Um, but
Yeah, but I guess that's not his quest here.
yeah. Um, No, I mean just the music, not without the lyrics, just as a wink to yeah. But yeah, in any case, that's I can I can work with that. I can understand that. Flawless yet lawless. Oh, also yeah, the join me at the top is a vinyl that they find in Emperor Nefarious' office in the credits. Um, so it's a record actually that in universe exists. Um, no, but yeah, um, what really bothers me is one Emperor Nefarious' powers, because in that scene you can see just he looks at Ratchet and Rivet, his eyes just turn purple, and he has just deathly telekinetic powers. Um,
Yeah. He just didn't break a sweat. He just
he just
subjugates anybody, and you're like,
exactly he just looks
dude,
at
we're
them
not gonna beat this guy.
and they're in the
Like,
ground.
no.
It's like Scarlet Witch levels of just and then also with the hands, he just does a hand wavy movement. They're just thrown like ragdolls. It's just whoa. The boss fight with this, like we'll have to first find something to disable his power or like weaken him or something, and then no, he just doesn't. I don't know. In Rivet's fight, he has the laser, which is purple, so I'm assuming he has like a rift um um effect and so on. Like he has a dimensionator, so I guess he also um uh takes profit from that. But like the movements are actually, I mean, I get it that from a gameplay standpoint, you cannot have the enemy just completely lock your character in place and move it around on its
Uh,
will.
the Groovytron scene at the Quark fight in PS4.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or at least not in a way that it's clearly how like it's clearly said how you can break out of that. But hey, Kid is there. Why not have Emperor Nefarious try to um uh like move you around, and you can either dodge that somehow, like you learn how to dodge that, and then in the fight you can just phantom dash out of it, because you don't exist during phantom dashes. Or if you actually get trapped, you actually switch to Kit, and you have to smack Nefarious to actually uh um you know depossess you or something.
Yeah, you could change characters to snap him out of the whole control thing.
Exactly. And then yeah, thanks Sapphire. Um I was also like I was gonna mention at first how that's just Emperor Nefarious's powers and not Doctor's, but then Doctor Nefarious also has the Force. Like somehow there's an attack where he doesn't have like purple telekinesis, he has green telekinesis, where he brings some boxes around. And I think I have a picture of that. Whoop. Uh, this might take a while.
Well, meanwhile, I can
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
quickly insert a point. Um,
But yeah, well,
that
disappointed on Neffy's powers and like weird. Oh, here's the join me at the top disc or vinyl.
oh, that's what you meant. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, my point about like story wise was about the first last level, like the same framing kind
Mm-hmm.
of motif as Ratchet One and so on, with ending on the same level that you started. In Ratchet 1, Veldin being attacked kind of felt like a personal attack on you, which is what it was supposed to be, yeah.
Yeah. But also the
Um,
the best the best coordinates, the best orbit was like the desert planet. I don't know how that made sense, but yeah, it was also like justified by the plot.
yeah, yeah. And so here I thought that um, you're so not invested in
Okay.
Corson 5 in any way that it doesn't feel like a as big of a hit even as Veldin 2 because you spend like the intro level there and there's no build up of what that planet means to you, like to Ratchet.
And
If
also,
there's no like if the whole game started with Ratchet and Clank sitting at like a burger place and just having like an apartment and just living there and like having neighbors, like anything that would personally connect you that you live there and like that's your home.
it's a
It kind
problem
of
that,
felt like a celebration, like a shopping mall.
yeah.
And then, oh no, it's being attacked. And why do you care that much?
Also, like in when you go back, it's like, is this home? I'm afraid so. It's like, why is this home? Like, it's also a problem that they made Megalopolis a brand new planet. It's not any planet that Ratchet and Clank have been before. So
Yeah, that's why it doesn't feel like
if it
anything.
was like, it looks like Meridian City or Luminopolis. It looks like an Igliac city. So like, if it was Igliac, it was just a different city. Like, it would be, Ratchet has moved from one city to another, but it's still like Polaris. It's still Igliac. It's still the galaxy where they found Talwyn, where all the, or not the galaxy, but like the capital city of like the future series. You had to save this planet before. It's been kind of established that either Nundak or Igliac are probably like the most likely homes of Ratchet at this point. Um, but Corson 5, like,
Yeah, it's like you're being told like this is your home and now it's being taken away. It's
yeah,
like it was the game never built any investment with the player. So
yeah,
that one kind of felt like weightless. However, knowing that the entire universe then follows, like
yeah.
that whole dimension will follow. It's like, okay, eventually the planets I do care about will also be victims. So like then it has some stakes. Like not Metropolis, not whatever, not Veldin, not whatever other planet. Not Grelbin, please. So
Who?
like yeah, there is like some weight that it's the doctor's dimension that's being attacked.
Yeah, also
But the
like,
planet itself is we don't really care about it. Besides it looking absolutely amazing.
yeah. Also, like, why does the Doctor care so much about this being his dimension? Like, like, the
The
Emperor is
pride.
gonna. No, yeah, but like, you, like, the Doctor has not been able to win once in his dimension. So let the Emperor win for once. Then the Emperor will go to another dimension because he's on his quest to conquer every dimension, and you can get like the rule over your dimension. And for once, you would have won.
Yeah, but the Emperor was not giving up any dimensions to the Doctor because the obvious lapdog dynamic between the two of them,
Yeah,
which was kind of weird. Uh, I was
yeah,
always suspecting that the Emperor will hate Nefarious. Like, you're a disgrace. Like, what the fuck? Like, you
yeah.
couldn't win
It's
anything. You're weak. You didn't conquer anything. Like, get out of my sight, dude.
but even
But
then,
he
like,
kind of kept him around, and it felt weird. Like, are they gonna kill each other? Are they as a team? I didn't get it for
I
so
think
long.
once he realizes it's just like, an alternate dimension him, and then he also like provides the idea of conquering alternate dimensions, and he also saves him when Kid attacks on Savali. But he's just like, the Doctor saves the Emperor, and immediately afterwards the Emperor is like, duh, to the Doctor and throws him into a portal. It's just,
Yeah,
dude,
that's why it felt weird. Like, are they enemies? Is he keeping like the Emperor obviously keeping that Doctor for some benefit? Like maybe he has some good ideas sometimes, but like they're not
yeah,
equals, like at all. But
yeah, I
then,
don't know. And then
like,
like, the
who will
whole
betray who first?
the whole Doctor impersonates Emperor. Like, what's the problem with the eyes of these people? Like, in
Yeah,
which galaxy is
they
purple
all
and
threw that in
green?
the local incinerator, I
Yeah,
guess.
in what galaxy, in what universe is green and purple and metal and like gray metal the same as white and orange, and like the face is completely different, and like the proportions and like the height and everything's different. The voice, I don't know.
You know that the old cartoons where, oh, we have to find a secret door, and like one of the bricks is clearly sticking out and it's not shaded like the other ones. It's
Yeah,
like, oh, I couldn't tell which one's the secret brick. And it's like, what's wrong with the eyes of these people?
or like
Well, I
the
guess it's so like just obvious story reasons.
or I
Like,
guess like Superman, Clark Kent, or like these superhero alter egos that they put glasses and like
yeah,
a different hairstyle, and they're like completely different people.
yeah, it's like the Quark and their Shannon. Like this
Yeah,
series, I guess, just goes with this sometimes for fun. Like, why not? Let's do a wacky scenario.
yeah,
So I don't blame them too much for that. But if there was a plot point around that
yeah. I feel
the
like,
doctor is trying to disguise himself and it's working, then it would be weird. Like, come on, just open your eyes.
and also I feel like
But the fact that
between,
everybody just rolled with it,
yeah,
I guess,
and then
made it make
he's
sense.
like, oh, Rivet is fighting Emperor Nefarious, and it's like what? And then the actual
Yeah.
Emperor comes around, and I mean it's a great theme. Don't get me wrong, but like when I knew that you were battling me, I don't know. And in Sargasso too, I don't know. I liked that you visit for Sargasso, um, without it being invaded, and it's clearly established that that's Rivet's home planet. Um, like she probably crashed landed there as a child. She worked her ass off to get a hideout. Um, they were Kerchu before, but now the Morts are the inhabitants. Like there's a bit of like I think Sargasso 2 has more stakes than Corson 5 2 in that regard. It feels more like Veldin 2
Yeah,
than Corson 5
same.
2.
I felt that way. Like, it's not because like I don't like change and I don't want to like tie myself to a new home. Like, it has to be Metropolis, Veldin, or whatever future
Yeah, I
planet,
mean
or nothing.
In Uya they say the next target is Veldin, and you really don't care at that point.
Yeah.
It just Nefarious is already much of a threat. Like let's stop him because we have to. Like we don't want the whole galaxy turned into robots. Like the throwaway line of the next target is Veldin. Veldin is basically deserted. Like if Ratchet is off Veldin, like the only robot will be like the pterodactyls and the horny toads. I don't know. It's
It was funny how the only people fighting for their life on Veldin in Uya was the Rangers and the
yeah,
Tyrannoids, none of which actually live there. So why have the
yeah.
assault?
The Uya also setup is like they're attacking Veldin. Why? Because
Yeah,
I guess it has a nice orbit as established by Rack One.
yeah, that's gonna be the orbit for new Nefarious City,
Yeah,
maybe.
the desert planet. That's an indicator of a nice orbit.
But yeah, Sargasso had some world building.
Yeah.
Sargasso had some, like, if there were some lines like the lore between the Morts and Rivet on Megalopolis too, with
Hmm.
like, oh, remember Clank when we had like uh, we were running late to somewhere, so we just grabbed pizza and ate it on the way in this taxi, or like, hey, remember when we like hung out in this park and like I threw you off the cliff or something? Like, have any
Typical
kind of
Rack
like
stuff, no?
establish anything,
Yeah,
and
but I
then the
mean,
place will feel closer.
on the first visit, I think they're very busy thinking about first the parade and second the nefarious incursion, and
Yeah,
then on the
but it
second
happens
one,
immediately, so you have no time to build anything.
yeah. I think a bit of building, like if the first level wasn't like Clank being dumb and the parade being the Dimensionator, if it was something like first there's the parade, then there's some off time, and then um Nefaria shows up or something. Um, like the Dimensionator is shown in private, or Nefaria shows up with the Dimensionator, or something like that. Either because he's built it or because he's stolen it from the secret place. That might have been cooler. And then like you get to walk across some parts of the city without being chased or without having to chase Nefarious and whatnot. But yeah, I guess it is what it is. Hey, it's a good
That
game.
was just a minor point anyway.
Yeah,
But yeah, so
like
yeah, so feels
a lot of these things are super minor and like doesn't like when you think about them, um, it's this thing that you have like a problem with the story and with the setup and why this game happens is flawed. But then you have the whole game to go and it's good.
yep. Yeah, Xerxes felt more like a home than
Yeah, I mean, and
a
they
course
say
of
it's a
five.
it's a safe haven for the resistance until it's not, and the doctor shows up there because the assistant like that's justified because the assistant is there when you fix Clank, the communicator. But why is the assistant there if it's supposed to be a safe haven? You know,
And also like she was a prison head office thing.
she was the warden, but in theory
Yeah.
that was she was offered warden like near the end of near the end of the game too. Like I think like she basically gets the position, the job,
And gets fired the
and
same
the
day,
same
which is
day.
cool. It's how usually I do, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Um,
Okay. Go for it, Al.
okay, I have the handling two duos going forward because yeah, we don't know if it's gonna be a Rivet and Kit standalone spin-off. It's gonna be a DLC. If it's gonna be a next mainline game with the four characters, if it's gonna take the Crash 4 route where you can change between them freely, or if it's gonna be like Rift Apart where some levels are for some Lombax and some levels are for the other. If it's gonna be like we thought it would be, and the same planet will have like both pairs. Um, if there's gonna be, I mean, the other day in Discord they were talking about like how Rivet losing an arm was something that would not get solved this easily, and this was going to be conflict for the next game. I think absolutely not. Like, the last cutscene is Rivet and Kid being a team and forgiving each other for, like, well, in particular, Rivet forgiving Kid for blowing up her arm, and
Yeah,
that's
but
it.
that means
That's
nothing with a continuity like that.
yeah, I know,
It's like,
but
oh,
like
they learned a lesson. Let's forget them again.
I know, but I think that Insomniac doesn't want like Dick Ratchet again, you know?
Yeah. No, my prediction is they won't share a game again.
Mm.
Because their like character arcs are totally different, and there have been like almost any story you can tell with Ratchet and Clank about
Mm.
friendship and belonging and whatever has been told already. So,
Yeah. Okay, see, I mean,
Rivet and Kit, standalone game maybe
yeah, the
the
problem with
most.
Rivet and Kid is that if you have a prequel, like with more fleshed out resistance stuff and Emperor Nefarious world building, um, the only way it can be Rivet and Kid is because they cross paths on the blow the arm part. So if it's actually Rivet and Kid, it's probably after Rift Apart. Um, and for a game
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
be called Rivet and Kid, and that's it, it's weird because you have, after Spider-Man, you have Miles Morales, but it's not just Miles Morales. It's not Miles Morales. Oh, that's the character. And even if Marvel like wasn't a thing outside of the two games, it's not like, oh, Miles Morales, the character from the first Spidey game. It's um, the title is Spider-Man, and the subtitle Miles Morales. Um, Same for Uncharted. You have Uncharted in PS4. You have only Uncharted 4. Well, you have the Trilogy 2 ported, but You have Uncharted 4, Thieves End, and then you have Lost Legacy, but it's Uncharted colon Lost Legacy. Here, the name of the saga is Ratchet and Clank. You cannot have Ratchet and Clank, Rivet and Kid, or you cannot have Rivet and Kid and then assume, oh yeah, it's those two characters from just one game, Rift Apart. Like as a marketing
It's kind of
standpoint.
like a Spider-Man game where Miles Morales wouldn't have been a Spider-Man, like he would have
Yeah,
been a Frogman, and then it
yeah,
would be like Spider-Man this, Spider-Man that, Spider-Man and Frogman, and then the next game is just Frogman
yeah.
because you can't put uh, Spider-Man
Spider-Man,
on it if
yeah,
it's not in the game. So
yeah,
I don't think Riven and Kit will be
a title.
equals, like have their own whole saga like Ratchet and Clank, because Ratchet and Clank is clearly the main thing.
Yeah,
Um, if we do end up going to the Lombax dimension after the tease, which maybe briefly, but I don't think they will flesh that out
I think
just
like
because
they
they
had.
haven't in so long. At this point, the lore would just get so confused and full of holes that it just close
I
the whole
think
Lombax dimension line, please.
I think the only way to close it for real, like, and again they opened it again, with a pit stop thingy and like bringing it so heavily on this game. I think they have to show it somehow in the next one, but maybe have it so it's either deserted or the Lombok society has not been as successful, or like Tachyon has actually found them, or something. But like at least not have that plot point carry from Tools of Destruction again, to avoid just in case having yet another game where Ratchet kind of wants to go or kind of not wants to go, and then at the end of the game he actually wants to go or actually doesn't want to go.
Yeah, I'm I'm so tired of that thing. Like, I love the games, like the gameplay wise and everything, but this storyline of the Lombaxes and the Dimensionator
Yeah.
is so overdone that
I think it's
I'm
a
kind of
problem
feeling
of
like exhausted from that.
it's a
I want to
problem of
move on.
of making Ratchet be like a chosen one figure of the last of its kind and having to work to find its kind. Like this game tries to make it like looks like so like Ratchet has tried to look for his kind since the beginning, and Clank is like, I know finding the Lombaxes has always been like something important to you, and then the gallery says like, since the beginning Ratchet wanted to find the Lombaxes, and that's not true. Like again, I appreciate that in this game it's not I want to go and the arc is, oh, we shouldn't go, but the arc is, I think this is more problematic than anything else. Let's actually not go. Two, okay, I think we can go and check out now that the Dimensionator is in our hands and like everything's fixed. I like that the arc is reversed because it means that at the end of the game, they say that they're gonna go to the Lomax dimension. And that's why I think that at least something like the intro of the next game should have something to do with the Lombax dimension, and then close that forever.
Yeah, and maybe the series will end there. They finally go back and they stay there, and that would tie up the series perfectly.
I mean, yeah,
Kind of like
in
how Acid did.
yeah, in Nexus they wanted to go the to explore a Lombax society, so they might bring that back and have like a Lombax society and so on. And like, again, this game you have mags, which it's like a super clear tease and foreshadow of like, if you ever come here, look out for me. Like before in the Lombax dimension, you knew no one because Alistair is dead, and in our dimension, and stayed behind. Caden is dead and then also stayed behind. Ratchet's mother is dead and also stayed behind and well, died before Caden. Um, like you really had zero ties or any reason to go there more than, hey guys, I killed Tachyon. You can go back, I guess. And they would be like, oh, but now this dimension is our home. because we've
Yeah,
had
it's
the
like way
same
better there.
we've had the same arc as you for 3 games. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like with having mags and having the last scene say, um, let's have a pit stop. That's like a way of saying, hey, um, let's at least have something with that on the next game. Let's not have it here because it's a standalone. We don't want to go too deep into lore from previous games and so on. But let's establish this and then move forward with that. And if that is the case, perfect. If the case is, let's have another game where we tease the Lombax dimension. And I'm like, come on,
Nope,
guys.
I'm unsubscribing from the series if that happens.
Like I will want to play the games because the games are a joy to play, but like the story will feel like the worst, even with the PS4 being a thing.
Yeah,
But yeah,
this series is much heavier on story
hmm.
to pull a Mario like with Bowser.
Yeah,
That the story is the same every single game.
yeah. That's why I said also that the nefarious being the Cortex or the Bowser or of the franchise or the Eggman or whatever, Robotnik.
Sapphire.
It's not a fair comparison, but hey.
Yeah.
Oh, Feb, wanna see this? It's a Boba Fett helmet. I've had my hand on for a while now. It's why I have this splitter here. Uh, but yeah, Booba Fett. Ah, yeah. It's my like 3 month late birthday present from a from from my friends. It's they almost bought Rift Apart for my birthday, like pre-ordered for my birthday. And I was like, oh no, I already pre-ordered the game, and I'm like, and they were like, oh, okay.
What
um,
did they expect? What kind of friends are they?
I was like, hey, I'm probably gonna buy the physical release later down the line, so if you wanna help with that, uh, but well, it is good. Fake fan, please. But yeah, let's see what the series holds in the future. I hope it's not just dead. I hope it's not like another 5 years. Oh, you have something. Hold on. But yeah, you have some more point, I think.
Yeah. Um. So one weird part going back to Emperor Nefarious was that like towards the game, I really enjoy his like breakdown as a person. Like he gets super like psychotic about like why is he losing? Why aren't we just bowing? Like that's probably new to him, and he's like very freaked out that like he might just lose or something.
Hmm.
And that part aside, at like when you arrive with the pirates and the
Yeah,
Quantum and Quark.
I was trying to check if I had like a capture of that because I knew you wanted to say that, but no. This is when he died in range only at with the mech suit at 1%. Like, look at this, 1% and dead. Okay,
Oh,
anyway.
that must have felt great.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is just from the heart, and this is before the heart. So yeah, no, I don't have it.
Yeah, so the whole section where like Quantum delivers the speech and then you deliver the
The ship.
explosive
Yeah.
ship into the head of the mech. And the Emperor, the competent, the actual like Chad Nefarious just stands there and he's like, huh? And like another cut of the ship is getting closer and he's like squinting his eyes like, huh?
No, no, no. Correction is, oh, you.
Yeah, and then like you get very close. He's like, "Oh, you," and then he's like,
Kaboom.
and then the ship is approaching again, and then it's like boom, and it's like, what the fuck was that pacing? That felt so weird to watch.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like they don't want to have events happen like too fast.
Yeah.
Um, so
I
that everybody
think,
can keep track. But it feels like such a 1.5 second event drawn out to like 15
yeah.
that it's a very minor like cuts a specific cutscene part.
No, but I
But
think
that
it
just felt
ties.
weird.
I think it ties with Emperor Nefarious being like super menacing, powerful, and unbeatable at the beginning to like a same level of as a joke as Doctor Nefarious by the end. Um, which feels it's sad. It's like the character that feels the most wasted probably is Emperor Nefarious. I know Erin Xenomorph has like a lot of problems with that. I think yeah. Not only does he because let's be honest, then after that cutscene, like that is after you do 20 minus 25% damage. Sorry. Um that is when the imperial suit is at 75%. You do that and nothing changes.
Yeah, now you do the other 75.
Yeah, it's like the imperial suit is still at 75. I thought it would lower down like at least 5%, at most 25% to like be like at 50%. Um it's still functional. The only thing is that it has some like explosion marks and tear and wear. It still does the same attacks. It now also attacks with face. It really
Okay, well,
like
what was that cutscene for? I guess
and all the distract him. We have a plan. Let's do this. Was completely useless.
you distracted him to deal no damage and then continue the fight.
Yeah. So I don't
I
know if
guess
like
okay. I
I
guess
guess
the whole like
that justifies that you and being super confident and not moving because he knew that that would do nothing.
yeah, maybe he was the ultimate flex to just stand there and do
Like
nothing.
wait, come and get me.
Yeah, I don't know what that sequence was, but that just
Yeah, it
really
felt
stood
weird. It
out.
felt weird. Yeah.
But the Emperor was super menacing when it was introduced, and then progressively just lost that.
Yeah.
And not because like you started beating him and like he couldn't win, but like he tried less and less, and his
Yeah.
like powers kind of just faded more and more.
Yeah. Like again,
Like
I understand why he
yeah,
couldn't have
the whole
like
like hand
the
waving.
on the final fight, but have a story reason why he couldn't have that.
Yeah, he just fucking throws you across the room without any effort, and then
And then he doesn't.
he goes into just watching and
Hmm.
just standing there, and sometimes attacking with like standing in place. I
Yeah.
thought he would just you do 5% of his mech like
Hmm.
health as damage, and he's like, you piece of shit, you scratched my mech. He ejects and just
Yeah.
suffocates you to death, or like cuts you in half,
Or something,
and
or that's
then
the
he's
way,
just going back.
or that's the way. Like instead of just launching some explosives randomly that they do nothing in the end, you have to actually draw him out. Like you scratched my suit, and then he goes out of the suit. You do something to him, like a stun shot, or like an electric shot, or an EMP, or something that completely disables his super overpowered powers. And then you have a fair fight at the end, or like he goes back into the mech, you destroy the mech, and then you have a fair fight against Emperor Nefarious without his overpowered powers.
Yeah, and both of those versions of Nefarious would work. Like the your equals, you can beat him, and the
Yeah,
he's untouchable. Like both are cool, but they were both in the same game, and swap between the two
I
kind of
think the worst part
unexplainedly.
is no justification on why now Nefarious. He looks like he's letting you win. He's not fighting for real,
Yeah, but then he's actually
and
like
then he's
panicking, like
yeah.
he's losing.
What do you know about winning?
Yeah, that scene.
And then he just gets crushed under the mech
Yeah,
somehow.
holy shit,
Jesus
that was so
Christ.
brutal.
But then he's okay because he turns off the lights on the throne room and turns to Lawrence to actually be like the cool Doctor Uncle or whatever.
Yeah, it's that was a funny moment, but it was like holy shit.
Yeah, yeah,
So yeah, that's the whole thing on just that sequence of the emperor kind of being incompetent for no reason sometimes,
yeah,
and on the Savali bone section when Kid transforms and like
yeah.
this gigantic mech is running at you with like arm
That that
blasters, and you don't
might.
hear a thing.
Oh yeah. No, but
You're just
like
like, oh, you turn to the side. Oh, what? Who are
I
you?
think
You're here?
in that one, I think it's better done because it's like, what are you doing here? And he falls, like he backs down, like he's actually afraid of Kid. Like
Yeah, that I love
hints
that.
that hints at the possibility of there being some lore that we don't know, some story that we don't know on when Kid defected, because we only know that Kid just removed Rivet's arm. Then she
Gently just
yeah.
detached her arm.
Then she felt bad on that mission because she couldn't even finish the job of killing Rivet. And then now she's the apprentice of Gary and the archives. So like maybe there was a confrontation between Kit and Emperor Nefarious, and that scarred Emperor Nefarious. So that's why
Oh,
he's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, what are you doing here? And he actually falls back. Like, whoa, this is a force to be reckoned with. And
yeah.
then,
I always thought that sequence was because the Emperor designed her, obviously, as this huge, super powerful
yeah.
thing that the Emperor controls.
Yeah, but
And
then,
then now he's scared that this
hmm,
thing is turning on him for the first time, and he knows how powerful, like he made her. So
yeah,
I
but
guess
it's definitely not for the first time because, yeah, you know, what are you doing? Like, the Emperor knows that she's not there anymore.
yeah, like she disappeared, and I guess she's suddenly back, but charging at him. And I thought
Yeah, that also
he
makes
was
sense.
like,
Yeah.
wait, are you turning on me? Like, oh my god, this is gonna end bad.
Yeah, 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 that also makes
Like,
sense.
I didn't think there was past history, like confrontation. I mean, behind between them,
Yeah, it does.
but maybe
Yeah.
there was.
I mean, there's no need for a direct confrontation. I just thought that that might hint at some, like, it's like cool, you know, building or in universe building without actually showing everything. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's like
just implications.
when the Emperor arrives, he's just, now I have eliminated all forces. Well, except for Captain Quantum, and you're like, ooh, another person we don't know of. It might be Moidoy, it might be Klatchki, and then you progress through a couple of levels, and it's just, no, he meant Rivet.
Yeah, baited.
But hey,
So yeah, besides the Emperor, um, some inexplicable just standing around instead of being like super untouchable.
yeah,
That's I guess that's all the points I had on the story. We kind of touched on everything else.
nice. Then let's move on to the
So
last writing point, which is point 9, which is characters and delivery. We have talked about a lot now. About this a lot now, um, but so yeah, one of my points was Doctor having green telekinesis too, so that's done. Um, Another point is like a joke because now the plumber is like an actual interdimensional god being. So, and he has a son. So in Uya, we know that he created, like, he actually confectioned or like handcrafted a sewer crystal collar for the missus. So, do we get to see the missus? Do we get to see how does the plumber race have a son that is like a thug? Mm, like, yeah, will we actually see that somehow? Like, not how.
maybe the plumber's wife is the thug leader's
Oh my
ex-wife.
god. I mean, maybe.
Implication.
But yeah, I would like to see, like, actually more about the plumber now and the missus. And now that we have like strong female characters, that could be like a cool strong female overlord.
yeah, just a time goddess that's just
Yeah,
like
just have them that
Kupunawa, but like a lizard.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, also another detail that I didn't miss. I really like how the enemy troopers have both male and female voices. That's not missed, and that's appreciated. How like, you know,
Yeah, there's so many pirates too, and
yeah,
a lot of enemies, except
and
the
nefarious
thugs, I
troopers.
guess.
Yeah, I think the thugs are just male mercenaries.
You would feel bad for like killing an actual living shaped person that has a feminine voice, but like a robot is fine. So the pirates and the troopers, I guess,
Well, I mean,
went with a female voice, but actually like killing female like lizards is still like that's not right. I thought we can only kill males because that's how it's always been.
no. Well, my point was precisely the opposite. Like now, uh, it's more like there's like male and female characters, and there's like male and female enemies. So like there's not a bias in protagonist, and there's not a bias in just random enemies that appear somehow, like
Yeah, I mean, I'm all
troopers.
for it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know you were joking, but like, yeah, I don't know. Like maybe in the next game they're actually squishy female enemies. I don't know. I didn't realize.
El, why are you so keen on murdering female organics? Is this cancer? No, I'm joking.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah,
I really like the miners on Blizzard. Blah.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah, 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 the fact also,
and
yeah, NPCs are also like male and female. I guess even in the first game you had Edwina, which was a female engineer, but now like have the chief engineer of Blizzard is also female. Um, yeah,
yeah, finally a female that's not like a romantic interest or like has the cutscene joke of being the romantic interest. Like, oh man, what is the help
yeah.
desk robot or the
So, do you come here often?
yeah,
Um,
or the if you two are through cutscene Edwina is like
yeah,
I guess the lady who farts was the first
yeah.
cutscene female who was like
But also like,
besides Darla Gretsch, the absolute legend.
but also
And
like,
poor woman, like she's been through so much.
um, but also if far lady who farts also has like the may I take a look? Oh, you young. Yeah.
True, yeah, but
So that was also a sexual innuendo. So yeah.
I guess
Oh, in the topic of sexual innuendos, like okay, yeah, it's a lot has been lost. A lot is more kid friendly. Like it's not like the movies where when you see them as a kid you don't understand the jokes, and then you see them again as an adult, and you say, oh wow, okay, as the old games. But at least there's some hints, like um the robot on Nefarious Club, um which Ratchet says, "Are you the Phantom?"
oh
And
yeah.
and they're like, I'm what you want me to be, Fluffy."
Yeah,
That's cool. That's nice.
that was funny. Yeah, I'm whatever you want me to be, Fluffy.
Yeah.
It's like actually gave like another layer of cyberpunk vibes in the
Yeah.
cyberpunk city.
Yeah, yeah. So there's like a couple of or three moments of like these lines that actually, you know, have have a double meaning, and you only get them if you actually, play them as an adult. And yeah, all for it. Come on. And then there's like the blatant ones which are like the holy bleep, and so on.
Oh yeah, and I love the trope of the goons like having a personality as an organization or like a species of they're just bodybuilders and like mercenaries with all this like
I love how
peace
the
talk like bro I see you I hear you.
um, I mean, even in Rack 2, Thugs for Less, like where there's these mercenaries and these like forced to be reckoned with. But even then, like the leader cared a lot about them, and like it's bad feng shui. And like he
Yeah, and
had
the
the like
pizza
a
parties and everything.
exactly he had like a sweet side to them. Like this has been maintained again in well in Nexus. The thugs didn't have the leader, but they were Russian for some reason. Um, and they had the hey, I know. I know that this is family travel or whatnot, and then that's a lot of pain.
Yeah, they don't be afraid to share your pain. They just gets fucking punched in the face. That is a lot of pain.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they
Um,
were always like funny, but like they're not the goofy, like
yeah,
totally not serious kind of funny.
yeah.
They're just they have a
Also,
personality and it's
yeah.
charming.
Also you have to, but like we have to mention also like the NPCs to be funny or like to be serious or like any NPC, any new NPC didn't have like a weird voice.
Oh yes, finally. They even made Skid like a bit cool.
Competent, yeah.
He's still Skid, but like he's the cooler
Yeah, he had
Skid.
the surfer tone, but like still like he talks about the resistance and like no names. We have to be smarter than that and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just not like, are you the Phantom? Yo, like, did you like bring me pizza? Dude, I'm starving. Like he wasn't like some stupid
Yeah,
character. He was actually nice.
yeah. I have a point also
So
on
yeah.
the other resistance members like Moido and Klatsky, so I'll cover that. We've talked about that. I feel like I don't know. They felt like hooks for Chekhov guns for like later on. Like you present these two characters at the same level as Captain Quantum, which appears later. And one of them is clearly a Kragmite. So what's with that? And then in the end, it was nothing. So yeah, I just say that again. I feel like a lot of things have probably been cut from the game due to actual real life and COVID and so on. But yeah,
Yeah, it's amazing that they finished this
yeah, yeah,
game
yeah,
like to the level that they have.
yeah, absolutely. But yeah,
So Al, our favorite character?
more on that later. Yeah, on the topic of annoying voices.
There's okay, who is your absolute favorite character from Rift Apart?
Oh, favorite actually, not ironically.
Yeah.
I think it has to go to Kit.
It's not Zircon Jr.? Well, color me surprised because that character is a piece of no. Uh, but yeah, there have been like many
No,
awesome
but now,
additions.
no, 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 no. You cannot walk away from that. What is yours?
Don't you walk away from me?
What
My
about the
favorite, like
favorite characters
overall, or
in Rift
like
Apart?
from the new ones, I mean, or overall.
Oh, yeah. I mean, considering returning ones, I mean, seeing Ratchet is probably lame. So yeah, I'll probably go with Kit again. But yeah, from the new ones.
Okay, I really liked Kit.
Hmm?
Um, However, I think okay, this is gonna be super fucking like the strangest things I ever think I'll say. Um,
I'll.
Not sure if absolute favorite, but top three
Hmm?
is Mr. Zircon
Oh,
at Zerkies. Because one, he's not used like overused.
yeah. He has like
Two, he's
three
like
lines.
normal and
Yeah.
like respectful and competent and just chill. And this actually made me appreciate like his design and everything, and the
Hmm.
few animations and scenes he has is really good. Um, but I love Gary. Like Gary is super cool.
Yeah, from the new ones, it's probably between Kid and Gary. I mean, Rivet is great. Don't get me wrong, but like, um, Gary. like with the introduction, um this might be like a something between dimensions or whatnot, or a cascading entropic fissure that will escalate until it converts the whole omniverse into a formless soup. Time will tell.
Oh yeah, the gray goop theory.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
I love that.
I love
Um,
Gary so much.
yeah, and yeah, I agree with Sapphire. I think Ratchet has had like a lot of redemption from PS4. I think he really feels like the mature hero that has gone through a lot of shit. For longtime fans, we know why he's hesitant on visiting the Lombax dimension. We know about Tachyon, we know about Alistair, we know about Vendra. Um, he really has a lot of touching moments with Kid, especially, and then with Clank and with Rivet. Um, it feels like a really cool like grown main character that also is the support for new characters, in especially Rivet and Kid.
I absolutely loved his mechanic with Kit.
Yep.
He actually acts like this older brother that's like teaching someone how to be, how to socialize, how to handle like self-doubt and everything.
And yeah, and the
And
conversations.
Kid is like, I don't think we should do that. And then Wretch is like, you can see on the animations, he's like reconsidering, like, okay, how do I go about this? Like, okay,
Yeah.
how about this? And like
God,
he actually cares about shit.
you know the point I was making before about the details in the animations, like when he's like thinking about how to approach Kid in the best way, like that he will not scare hair out of the whole team thing, and like um later on, like on first meeting Kid, on the reconsideration and so on, like the if this plan goes well, if this doesn't fail, which it won't, like just before that. But then again, on the archives where he's like, um, well, our promise was to, that if this mission didn't fail, and he went and he just gets up from the staircase and like does this little like swing animation and like, I love that.
Yeah. That's so like they also managed to animate awkwardness
Yeah,
super well.
yeah. And then with the 17th century neck. In Cordelian too, like the kid when she's like, "We're running a stress test. Yes, everything is breaking accordingly." I love that. A little animation is like nervousness mixed with what the shit do I like? How do I bullshit my way out of this?
And also like the we have to run at the same time, but have to say something to this
Yeah.
guy.
Oh
I
man.
love it. And also the rivets when they are in the ship with Clank. And Clank is like, perhaps it is my fault that the dimensions are falling apart. And
Oh
Rivet's
yeah.
like, yeah,
But
well,
now
at least
we're.
it'll fix your communicator. That's something. Uh,
I love that
Clank
one.
is like, yeah, I guess. Like the awkwardness animation was improved a lot,
Oh my god.
which leads to more discomfort watching, but also entertainment.
I love how
Like more
it's
real
awkward
characters.
because the characters are feeling awkward in those
Yeah,
situations, not because they're soulless and you as a player are like, what the what?
it's like you don't feel the awkwardness. It's like
Yeah, yeah, you get
it's not
transmitted like
originating
the
from you.
feelings of the characters. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So they awesome job on a lot of like small
Oh my god,
animations.
animation team just overdid it so much. The animations
This was
in this
worth
game
like if the PS4 game is what we needed to have to get a fully cutscene animated proper game afterwards, it was worth it because this is so entertaining to watch like, every
yeah,
single cutscene. I
yeah.
think I can't really think of a cutscene that I will like skip because it has nothing visually interesting. Like not a cool moment, not a cool line, just nothing.
Yeah, I feel
Maybe.
one of the blandest ones is when you jump back into the ship on Sargasso and Rivet decodes the, well, not decodes, like sees the infobot, and she's just like saying the names, and then she's like, attention resistance members, and that's it, and that's a cutscene. Um, but you cannot skip that, so
Yeah, that one is probably one of the least interesting ones
I
because of
mean,
pacing. Like it's kind of slow as well.
yeah, it's weird because you've decoded the the infobot in the hideout, but then you watch it way afterwards, um, and it's like super hyped up. Like Fix and Clank is cool, but it's not as cool as what we'll find here, and you find that there's some people the Emperor is after, and you already know that. Nice.
Very cool. Also, Chiaki says hi. Like she wanted me to
Oh, okay.
tell you that she says hi.
Okay.
So yeah, some cutscenes, like
Yeah, I think
aside from some cutscenes.
yeah, I think the dynamic with Ratchet being the grander, like being established as an actual hey Chiaki, being established as an actual hero that everyone recognizes, even in another dimension, like Gary's Ratchet. Oh, that animation is also cool. Like how they animate like hype in Gary, like meeting your hero. Like a fucking
Yeah.
interdimensional all-seeing being actually is hyped about meeting Ratchet. Your reputation precedes you, and he's like shaking
I
here.
waited so long to meet you. See, because of you, these guys are now blasting the town to pieces. But it's so cool that you're here.
Basically.
Screw all that ancient, like, invaluable relics and everything that they just stomped on.
The best part is in Savali 1 when Nefarious troops go there. It's not because they want the map, it's because they know Ratchet will go there.
Yeah, they're hunting for you, which is cool.
Yeah. But I mean, they go to the archives and everything, but they're not looking for the map, which is weird.
I guess
Why do
their
you care so
nefarious
much
didn't
about
know
the
about that.
monks? They're so monksy.
Okay, there are some lines that are miss more than hit,
Yeah.
but those are mostly on Zircon Jr.
Yep.
Okay, I need to address Zircon Jr. I like the line. I don't like the character that like the way it was written.
Okay,
It's meant to be this annoying hyper
I think
character.
the joke is that the voice is annoying. Dude,
Yeah,
come
again,
on. Like
like it's I remember the the first time you saw the I think was it the Topiary
yeah.
preview video? Like
I
we
can
went like
I
four
can
seconds in, you saw the caps lock part in the subtitles ahead of time, and you just closed the video.
I said, okay, let's not.
Yeah, that says something about how we feel.
Uh
He has his moments,
here.
but the
Here, like
unskippable
literally here.
screaming. Yeah, the unskippable screaming, and every time you have to restart an arena mission
To the
for whatever
ultimate
reason.
test. Battling
He
with
says the
only
whole thing
an
over.
enforcer. In a grating, you want to rip your ears off voice. And the
Yeah, and
worst
I
part
feel
is like,
bad for the voice actor too.
yeah, like, no disrespect to the voice actor. Like he's actually nailing the what were they going for, um, and being annoying as fuck. But the thing is, he's a known voice actor for I think it's Invader Zim, so people like that, I guess. So they forgive how horrible this is. Like, oh, it's that. Oh, then I love this voice. It's like, Jesus fucking
Yeah, like
Christ.
no, that's
No,
not how it works.
this
If
is
you hated this
terrible.
before, it's still bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish for a Zircon Junior slider in the accessibility. Like, do you want to keep your ears on?
I want Chill Yu Zerky to like play all the voice lines in the arena, but
Yeah,
like
but he's
rewritten like not the
peaceful.
same.
He's peaceful now.
He's
So
like, Rivet will now fight this thing. It's very dangerous. Good luck, Rivet. And then,
I am
slaughter with peace or something. And that's it.
I am firmly opposed to this encounter, but it seems like Rivet will enjoy it. Peace be
Yeah,
with you, Rivet. Once you've killed everyone.
peace be upon all the souls you just destroyed.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool, or at least much better than this shit.
Yeah, besides Zircon Jr., there wasn't like an annoying by nature
No, I think
character, I think.
even even thugs, even Circon what Circon D is not haha got him. Even like nefarious troopers, thugs, like some lines were better than others, but it's not terrible as a whole. Like a lot of them, like I like the one that's I've come here to spread the emperor's love with rockets.
Yeah. And the location unknown, mission unknown, organism unknown,
Protocol
protocol like
destroy.
destroy. So it doesn't matter what it is, like we
Yeah.
kill it.
Yeah. Like some
There's
of
like
those.
very simple lines, but they
Yeah,
they give this
they
personality to every enemy.
or like this town is more empty than the resistance lies.
Yeah, some slight shade in some lines.
That boo. I should find. But yeah. And like the is the one from the horoscope that you said the other day true? I think I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's exactly that dimension that Nick was in when I said that, but
Oh,
he
okay.
didn't like, I guess, see that. That's what I quoted.
Okay.
I'm stuck between dimensions. Oh, I can't believe my horoscope was actually right. It's like they have this silly but like
Yeah.
funny vibe. The goons. They were not as like, if they weren't entertaining, they just had stupid lines. They would have the PS4 syndrome.
Yeah.
Hashtag Gadgetron.
Yeah,
Bro, I'll shoot it.
I think I
Fucking
haven't.
dads.
That was literally what I was gonna say. I think I haven't heard, bruh, I'm gonna shoot it and trained before games at all. And I've played the game 4 times to full completion.
I think the Trains Before Games is like the new Kwarkovsky
Yeah, it's
location. Like that
randomized
one
in
goon
that
has a
pool.
randomized pool, I think, and maybe it's still in the game.
I don't know.
But I'm glad to see that the trend we saw from Goon's speech did
It's
not
improved.
continue from the
It's
trailers.
improved. It's improved noticeably. Yeah.
So I'm very glad about the overall like presentation of
Yeah,
everything. It's
and
just Zircon Jr. Like without him, I think the game would be objectively more enjoyable to me because I
to me, to
find it
you,
annoying
to
when there's
Erin, to like basically everyone who's played the game and hasn't recognized Invader Zim and somehow loves Invader Zim, so now it's not bad.
if he was only in the weapon previews, I would be like, okay, that's the one little pocket of the game he got
Yeah, but
where
he's
he
also in
does
the
his
arena.
like annoying thing and like that's the joke.
Skippable.
But if you
Most
have to
importantly,
retry the
skippable.
Enforcer challenge 12 times, you have to listen to the whole monologue 12 times of
Yeah.
him just screaming the same things over and over.
Yeah.
And I swear to God.
Yeah. Okay. We're done with Zircon Jr. With Zircon Jr. Uh,
Senior.
I don't know what you wrote that time, but yeah, I wasn't referencing that, but I remember that. Xenia. Okay. Um, on the topic of Ratchet being like this mentor figure and much more mature and so on, I really enjoyed that. I think if you're not gonna have like, I think I like after so many games, I think I prefer Ratchet being um an adult figure and responsible, like still winging it, not in winging it, intuiting it. I'm still saying that's the most incorrect rack line that's actually in rack. the most incorrect rack correct rack quote. Um, but yeah, I like that he still has like this, winging it and like jumping into action, as Clank says, without getting caught in the details and so on. Um, I love that that part of the character is maintained, but he has grown past the, sarcastic, um, poking fun and trying to slander and punch down on everyone they meet instead of being this cool figure, this big brother figure that he is to Kit. That's cool because he's grown.
he's
He's
he's being he's being quick to action,
yeah,
and like by lifting up other people instead of like putting them down.
yeah,
Like he's like split second like witty comeback to anything is not like your mom, but like something something like nice or like something constructive.
yeah. Two
Like,
people
he's
that
much more likable as a character.
yeah. I mean, I like that, like that the in canon explanation of it's happened because he's gone through original trilogy, deadlocked, which is an important turning point of him also, um, he had learned from Rack 2 and like Rack 1, of course, then 2 and 3, but still was drawn by the fame and the babes and whatever, like he says in at the beginning of Deadlocked. Um, so it's cool. Like Deadlocked is also a turning point in that regard because he actually comes to realize how fame can corrupt you.
Yeah,
Um,
that was a big turning point for
and
him. Yeah.
and I don't like how people say, not only the original trilogy story, it's kind of you can gloss over it, but also like even worse, they say and Deadlocked, you know, has nothing. It's just cool gameplay. Like the one of the best villains, one of the best satire, and
I think the best.
and yeah, I mean, I'm there between 1, 2, and Dead. Well, I mean, the ones that actually have real world, uh, really crude satire, um, consumerist satire in this regard. Um, and this turning point for Ratchet's character, and you gloss over it. But hey, then of course he's gone through all the future trilogy, and he's gone through everything else. So even without Rack PS4, this character now makes sense. My problem with this character is that now it looks like he has always been like that because Rack PS4 is his first appearance, quote unquote, and he's already like that. And that's what I don't like. Like he's been washed so much in Rack PS4, it looks like this character is like the heritage from Rack PS4 instead of like the actual evolution that makes sense from the original timeline.
I mean, eventually you have to stop
Yeah,
relying on your player base to know everything from 20 years ago.
yeah, yeah.
So like some soft story reboots organically implemented, I guess are necessary eventually.
Hmm.
You'll need everybody to understand what he does and why from the past two games always or something.
Yeah.
So
So
like
that
as much as I'm like I don't want to disregard the old games, I see that it's not realistic for everybody to
yeah,
know and having played everything.
which brings me to um the story and the themes of the game aside from, multiple dimensions and what if actually being mental health issues. Like you have Kit and all her conversations with Ratchet, um, about, well, and not only mental health but also like being an adult and living and like the future of like being afraid of the future with all of its unknowns, um, and making your family proud and being good enough for what like what you're what's expected from you, um, and then also Rivet with the trauma from the past, and the Fixer, um, seeing like after seeing broken things, like he goes into a spiraling downward spiral, until he becomes basically the breaker, and thinks that nothing can be fixed, and like everything has to
Very
break.
nihilistic
Yeah,
space where he gets like, what's the point of fixing anything? Everything will break eventually. That's the natural state.
exactly.
And
And
yeah, a
how
lot
to,
of confidence stories as well about
yeah,
like inconfidence
yeah, and how
and
to, yeah,
responsibility, I guess, as
like,
well.
and then with people that has always been, that have always been enclosed to themselves and always worked alone, how to actually socialize and learn, to depend on others, and actually, and also that others depend on you, and work as a
And
team.
that
So
if you have friends, you two are more than the sum of your parts. There's something
yeah.
extra in teamwork and in being socially successful creatures.
And the power of friendship, because Ratchet is an anime.
Everything we gamers don't wouldn't know about, you know. It's cool that we're being taught this finally.
Yeah, finally. And the power of friendship, because yeah, Ratchet and
So
Clank is an
Al,
anime.
I know um it's what you want to be a team, like it's okay if you don't, like friends. But yeah,
Oh,
I did
Fess.
like Sapphire. You're legally
You're
disallowed from being that just adorable.
cute and wholesome and adorable, yeah. No,
Yes.
wait, I'm allergic to adorableness.
Picture of Sapphire in the goggles with the mustache.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay, so in regards to the Fixer, I think we both have a point here. Um, with it being like, again, I like the story arc of the Fixer and how it was broken, and the themes that it brings, and how I think Clank, with like the first sentence Clank says being, I am fixed, is cool, because it's just a shocker and a pace breaker, and how it impacts the Fixer and his beliefs. But then I think it goes by super quickly. Like, I am fixed, even though like I'm missing the arm and whatnot. I am still Clank, which is that's okay. That's perfect. That's super nice to hear, and like um exactly what again, you're not, like, Clank is not like himself because he has two functioning arms. He has his consciousness. Again, a robot having one. It's interesting. It's an interesting thought, but in the Ratchet universe, yeah, even like robots and organics are basically living beings. Nick.
Nick.
Yeah, because he always brings the question of, is Clank alive?
Oh, no. Clanks on.
um,
The Fixer storyline was
I think it's
very rushed, in my
yeah.
opinion.
I think that applies to a lot of things in this game, that they have like a cool concept and a cool interaction, but they're done like super quickly. Um, I think the Fixer is the one that feels the most rushed. Uh, in tandem with Rivet's. I don't want to say like uh, rage episode, or like it's justified. Like, she blew on
The
an arm,
redemption comes very suddenly, and
but yeah, all the now I'm angry at you, now I'm happy with you. I think it's like too quickly, and kind of cliche too, because I thought I thought it was either the arm or like another resistance member that she killed. And I still think that forgiving the arm is easier than forgiving like killing someone else.
It
um,
depends how recent it was,
yeah, but
because
one thing is an
how
arm and
horrible of an
yours.
experience can it be to try to make it home with an arm missing and you're just like,
Oh no, no, absolutely. I'm not saying it's like
it's
nothing.
been many years and like she's fine. It's she's balanced
I
like
mean, she
mentally.
she
Yeah.
herself says, but hey, I got this cool new arm, so that's nothing's that bad. Or not everything's bad. Um, so, but I think like Kid didn't kill anyone, so that's like the most unreversible thing she could have done, and like forgiving. And if it was like a friend from of Rivet, that would have been like it would have felt like even more rushed to be like, you killed my friend too. Oh, team.
Yeah. I
But
think the fixer felt like 85% build up,
hmm.
and when you're supposed to have like this confrontation, it's like already done.
Yeah, I think if
I think Clank's line to me, I know to you it didn't, but to me it felt very out of nowhere. It's like, oh my god, what do I say? We're being crushed. I'm fixed. You made me realize I'm Clank by chasing me through a mine and killing me like almost 3 times, and like
yeah, no, I think
it
the
felt
problem
out of
comes.
nowhere,
I
and it
think
was the perfect key to the lock, and it felt like, what?
I think
Did I
it's
miss something?
um I think it's worse like the following sentences. Like after you made me realize I'm still Clank, the fixer is immediately I feel relieved. I think like just out of nowhere saying I am fixed, that is fine because one, you're telling it to the fixer. Two, um the fixer is now saying that nothing is fixed, and you like Clank is broken. So you're like contradicting that, and breaking all his mental schemes and like all that he's thinking now. um and you're bringing up a reason why you think you're still yourself, and that is not being broken. um and that and that's justified by the fact that the fixer has been shouting all his metal song worthy lines. And also Kid, not Kid, Rivet has said that if that's because of your arm, I'm broken too. So I think that we're pretty awesome. No, that's not the case. So I think like the first reaction to like try to save myself from this situation is pretty justified, and it's the the right amount of disconcerting so that the fixer stops pressing on Rivet. However, the fixer going, oh, oh yeah, okay, that feels way too fast and way too rushed.
Yeah, there's like a whole conversation missing. Like
Yeah,
you go to the local carpenter and like you want your like heirloom table repaired that was your grandfather's, and it's like very important to you, so you don't want to buy a new table, but it's like the leg is broken, and the carpenter is like having this like crisis of like, all I do is fix like tables and shit, but like everything
everything
breaks
breaks.
anyway, and like why don't, like, what's the point? What's the reason? And then you stand there with your broken table like in your hands, and you're like, my table is fixed. And the carpenter's like, huh? You know,
My
it's
table
not
is
even
still my
that
table.
broken. I mean, it's not even that broken. Like, sure, it's missing a leg, but you know what? You made me realize like it's the value, all the material is still here, and the memories with it, and like this table is 80% of what it means to me, and not like its material form, and like
I
this whole
think
speech of inner value. But no, it's
I think
this
that's still.
literally visibly broken table is now fixed.
Yeah, but no,
And
but
the guy's like, okay.
I think it's more about, I think with the table it also works in a sense that, it's still my table, it's in my grandfather's table, it still has value to me. I only like it's only lost like some function to it, but it's not, lost its value. So
Yeah, like that's why that whole speech, and then the fixers being like, you know what? yeah, inner value is still a thing, and fixing something is just reorganizing it physically into
Hmm.
its functional form. But it's more than the sum of its parts.
Yeah,
And
it has
then
an
yeah,
like something.
actually, thanks for teaching me or reminding me, little robot. Here,
Yeah, I
let me
think
not kill you.
I think it comes way too soon to that conclusion by just that line. But I think like it was a great start to like the speech of real value and so on, and like being oneself, and like I don't know, physical problems not being uh, not detracting from the fact that you're still yourself. Um, but yeah, the fixer just goes back way too quick. I think we can agree on that.
Yeah.
I think it's not Kronk and Zephyr death levels of anticlimactic, but it's definitely not really.
You just spoil the whole generation. What are these new kids gonna do if not play that almost 10-year-old game? Oh my god. I'm having a crisis right now. I am still young. I might be old, but you made me realize I'm young. Oh,
and
okay.
also, and also, and also, like then after a fixer is just fine with it, his powers are way too OP to actually care about what's broken and what's not. Dude, you can fix anything.
Yeah, you just look at something
And
funny and
it's
it fixed.
fixed. How do you like it opened my eyes to a very many broken thing. And it's like then just look at it for 2 seconds and it's
You just
fixed.
look around the valley and it's back in like prime condition.
Oh my god. it's
You
way it
just have a mirror and just never never be depressed again.
yeah, fix yourself.
You just look at yourself every once in a while and
Are you
it's
depressed? Don't
good.
be sad. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But like, yeah. I think his powers are way too overpowered as presented to actually be a problem to look at a very many broken thing. Like, dude, you literally, yeah,
Plus how anticlimactic it was when he fixed
yeah. It
that
was like,
specific problem very conveniently. It's
here it
like
is,
a 10 minutes 10-second speech and then a 5-second beam and
and done.
that's it. Goodbye.
Yep.
It's like no phone numbers. I won't add you on the social medias. It's just
Even though the
goodbye.
kids love the social medias, yeah, it's I don't know. I love Torrent 4 in Rift Apart. I love what they were trying to do. I love the themes. I love the fixer himself. Like I love all the metal song worthy lines. I cannot fix. I cannot be fixed. Mending, no, fixing is a fleeting and vain measure.
I have no wisdom. And then that
No,
line
to
somehow gives Clank an
yeah,
idea. It's like,
to
I have an
to
idea.
mend, to
Okay, I'm
mend,
listening.
to
Half a
mend
minute
is
of
to enlighten.
silence.
To mend is to enlighten, and I am not deserving of enlightenment. I have no wisdom. And then it's like, oh, and then Clang is like, oh,
Oh, I
wisdom.
know just what to do. And Riven's like, okay, what?
It's like,
And
I'm not
then
telling.
nothing.
I'm not telling.
I'm not gonna say anything to anybody until you get horribly crushed almost.
You get Captain America.
Yeah, and then I'll have my redemption line of
I am
2 words. I'm fixed. Oh, okay. They just put Clang down.
yeah. Thank you, little one. But yeah.
But besides these, so the Fixer and Rivet's very didn't get enough time to resolve her grief kind of thing,
Hmm.
or like her anger. It's
Yeah.
just like you know it's like she's angry and they're gonna have a conflict starting
Hmm.
on like the second to last planet,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like in
which would need
Sargasso.
2/3 of the game to resolve and like process like healthily.
Yeah. Also, oh, about animations when Kid just goes like this. to Ratchet to make him look back because she's seeing that Rivet and Clank over there. That's also cool. Uh, and all the antenna and them both laughing and they say, "Oh, that scene is cool." Um,
And when Rivet puts the communicator thing back in Clank.
oh yeah, no, but like when they meet together, like Clank and Kid have the laugh at the same time. Like Kid goes ding.
I mean, yeah,
Okay.
that's also cool.
Um, no, but yeah, like they meet. That scene is more than halfway through the game. Then Rivet and Kid have literally Sargasso Chew and that and Savali Chew just the ship section, and that's it. And then in
Yeah,
Savali
it kind
Chew,
of felt like they
and then it's
started
like in Sargasso Chew at the end, um, Kid realizes she's the one that blew Rivet's arm, says nothing because Rivet interrupts. That's another cliche type of thing, like character interrupts before another character says something important to the plot.
yeah,
Then you have the ship section at Savali 2, which basically has nothing. And the next one is already the cat scene at the end of Savali 2, um, which is when Kid transforms into Giant Kid and Rivet realizes. So we have one level and a bit of Rivet and Kid being together, and they are already uh, separated.
yeah, and even then the character conflict has no time to resolve. It kind of feels like what they thought would be okay. Act two starts here.
Yeah.
It's like the epilogue starts here because wait, this game is gonna run way too long. We have to shorten this down. So on the next planet, you'll have like a few lines, and then you'll meet again and just be like, actually, never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, like then at the end of Viceron, I like my worst, my complaint about the Viceron ending scene is Ratchet, dude. Like Ratchet has bonded with Kid so much more at that point. Um and okay, like they like Ratchet gives Rivet and Kid a second and whatnot, and like Rivet has her scene there with the whatever. I don't even need a partner anyway, which is basically the I have my own problems. I have my own agenda of Rack One.
Yeah,
Um,
which is like halfway through the game, maybe not even.
it's literally at the end of the first act when you defeat the Snaggle Beast, Ratchet and Clank. Uh, stay like there's like the whole conflict, and it gets kind of resolved at the end of the second act with the Quark fight. So the whole second act of Rack One, you have those two characters um, being angry, well, Ratchet being pissed at Clank, and planet by planet, bit by bit, small progress. Like Ratchet learns how to see, like how to get over it, and sees how Drake is much more of a problem than Quark. And it's not until Quark is actually dealt with that Ratchet has the. You were right.
Yeah, it's like the whole like need to calm down, like need time to calm down.
Yeah.
Because yeah, it's Viceron. The end of Viceron was basically um Umbris,
Yeah.
and it's like
And that's
the
it. And that's
Battaglia scene with the infiltrate this thing, and here's the Orxon infobot is the time by which you have to solve the whole problem, like resolve the conflict,
yep.
and it's super quick.
And it's again my complaint. Oh, control is going. My complaint in that scene is that Ratchet. I feel like Ratchet should have like would have said something like, "But kid," and they're already flying away. She's not coming. And then when they land in here, he actually complains again, and it's like, dude, you would have gotten out of the ship, and actually picked up Kit, and then if here in Xerxes she actually wants to go away, then okay, fine, but you don't leave her in the fucking prison planet with no ship or anything.
Yeah, she
You
can probably
actually,
fly
I mean, yeah, she
if
has
transformed.
giant Kit, like giant Clank is interplanetary, so probably yeah. But like again, like Ratchet has bonded a lot with Kit, and has like tried to convince her of like going, not going back to like not staying in Savali, facing her fears and so on. So like I don't know, like another Ratchet and Kit scene there, and then Rivet and Clank, and then maybe the scene here again. Like the, she feels she's dangerous. Well, maybe she is. That's okay, but like I don't know. It feels like Ratchet in action. Ratchet's in action there is. It feels like super cutscene incompetency, and then he only brings it back when they're already here, which is already too late. And then Kid appears at the end in a cliche. Well, who wasn't expecting that matter or way?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
but besides like these pacing issues, which kind of felt like the game was cut short
yeah,
towards
yeah,
the end, um, the general competence and just harmony of character
yeah. Like a
dynamics.
couple of more planets would have been probably enough to not make it feel these rushed. Like maybe if the fixer, just let you go, but was still like contemplating whether or not uh, help you, but then there was another section of Torrent 4, or you had to go to another planet to find something for the fixer, or there was something after Viceron, that would probably be better. But hey,
Yeah,
Viceron.
so I think that's most uh, things about the story
Hmm.
that we could touch on. There's like tons of like small details
Yeah.
about like delivery and whatnot. Like Mrs. Zircon being very like
Talkative.
bland,
Oh.
robotic, and
Oh,
then Mrs.
Mrs.
Zircon
Sorry.
is like so different.
I mean, that's cool
Like,
because it's an alternate dimension, but like, again,
yeah,
like, why is Mrs. Zircon the weapons vendor in our dimension? Why
yeah, that's
does
kind of like
she
also like
also have all the weapons from our trip in this dimension? Why does she present to you the Omega versions of weapons? Like, I feel like with the first Miss Zircon cutscene, they could have put in there like the vendor tutorial, and instead of having Mrs. Zircon in Megalopolis, um, have just ammo crates and not force you to buy a weapon, but like force you like you start with both the burst pistol and the shard bomb, and that's it.
yeah. I think that one vendor was an afterthought on Megalopolis. I think that was not intended, and the whole weapon tutorial, like the "I will sell you weapons"
Yeah,
screams like that's your first interaction with the vendor of the game.
yeah. Again, because if in our if in Ratchet Dimension it was something different, like an old like a regular vendor from old games, then that would make sense because why would you assume Miss Zircon would sell you weapons, you know? But actually, you have Mrs. Zircon in your dimension, so of course you know.
Yeah. So L, I need to go in 5 minutes ish.
wanna
So
wanna finish the point nine? Here you have,
yeah, sure.
and then we'll have a part three with points 10 to 17 next.
Yeah.
Hey, yay!
So yeah, my about the kind of like the universe, the story dynamics. It's
Hmm.
not as much narrative story as in game. I felt like the more fleshed out the stories get, it feels weirder and weirder that Clank just hops on Ratchet's back, never looks at anything, and like that's his role as the backpack. Because in like the first games, it was it was the idea. It was fresh. It was like,
Yeah.
oh, he's this little backpack dude. But now it's like so many independent traversal options with the hover boots
And
and everything.
henceforth,
You don't even really need Clank as a backpack anymore. His role
mm.
is to pop down in every cutscene and then pop back up. It's like,
Yeah,
why isn't he just doing something else or somewhere else than a backpack facing away? Like the whole Jack and Dexter thing makes sense because
yeah, he's at the shoulder.
if
He's
he would be on the
looking on the
shoulders,
front.
seeing, it would make sense for him to point out, like, look out, the bridge is collapsing. At least he would have a way of seeing that, so that
Yeah.
would like make sense.
And again, in all the games, Clanks never had a problem with seeing in front of Ratchet, so I don't know. Except when the plot demanded it, or when there was a throwaway line or joke about Clank. Did you see that? No. And then
Yeah,
Ratchet has to turn around, and it's like Clank. You always see everything in front of you. It's like Ratchet enemies, uh, up ahead. It's like Clank. How do you know? Do your
he's a
sensors work
sonar.
now? Yeah.
So I think with like such a story heavy or character heavy game as Rift Apart,
Hmm.
like relatively heavy, I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
compared to a Wretched game.
yeah.
Um, it's kind of funny or like outdated feeling that there's this backpack and he pops down. He's like, I'll press this button and then he pops back and then he pops down and he just does this for the whole game. Like even on the celebration,
Yeah.
he's
I
like,
had a
oh, the
speech.
fans, let me just hide on your back
Oh
and
yeah.
not even be celebrated or anything.
I don't know,
If
dude.
it
It's like
sounds strange.
they're dynamic for like 20 years, I guess. All habits die hard. Um.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I don't have a problem with it. It just maybe it's time for to think about how the cutscene transitions work or something because he's always next to Ratchet as like an equal and like an additional input or like like suggestions or something in scenarios. Like he's a second character standing there,
hmm.
but then he turns around and then he's a inanimate object for the
Yeah,
rest of the
like
game.
when the pirate says the two of yous, and you're like, there's three.
Yeah,
Clank shall
maybe the
henceforth.
next game will have Clank running as a companion weapon or hovering as a jetpack next to you or on the shoulder, Jack and Daxter style. I don't know.
I don't know.
All of those would feel weird, but
Yeah.
it's just a thought I
Also,
had.
I think that it feels weird there in Rift Apart because you don't have um, actual helipack use. Like again, they have to allow all movement possibilities right now, which is without Clank or Kid. And again, Kid doesn't have helipack, so I get it, gameplay wise. But the fact that you don't have long jumps or high jumps or any helipack or thruster pack ability really makes it feel like Clank is just there, you know. And he's also
He's just there
broken for the
to
most
calm
part.
down in some cutscenes.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, for gameplay, he just the backpack and then he has to come down. I mean, in this game, he was broken, so all fixed, so he couldn't walk. So I guess that makes the most sense. But I don't know. At the beginning, yeah, on the parade, it's like Ratchet and Clank. Well, Ratchet and Backpack Clank.
Yeah, Clank's just let me stare at this building that we just walked out of instead of
Hmm.
looking at what the hell this whole celebration is.
Yeah, and then um, yeah, I think this the not having like Clank abilities really makes it weirder, and then also Kit just being a backpack because like she could transform into giant kid and then be even faster than you in hover boots, but no.
Yeah,
But yeah, what I noticed actually is in a lot of situations, like in other games, you just have Ratchet or like well, in other games you just have Ratchet facing forward, and if Clank is on the floor, then he's actually part of the cutscene. If he's in backpack form, he just gets fucked because he's looking the other way. In Rift Apart, however, you see a lot of cutscenes where Ratchet or Kid do this to actually show Clank and let him, or Kid, and let them uh, see in front. So that's cool, actually. So some
Yeah,
cutscenes still have Clank or Kid as backpack, but actually with like this movement, um, looking in front.
yeah, that's exactly what made me pay attention to how many times it's weird how he's just backpack mode,
Yeah.
and like how um what's the word, like not intercepted, like impaired, I guess he is in most
Hmm.
situations from seeing or acting or doing anything. However, I have to love those those ends of cutscenes when
Yeah.
you just grab them by the arm and just hop them on the back, like let's go, pal.
And then
Those are cool.
the added elbow hit like this, or like small interaction between Rivet and Kid at the end of Torrent 4, or like Ratchet and Clank when they also like or go together and so on. Like those are really cool interactions too. And the Rivet and Clank one at the end of Torrent 4, according to what Insomniac said, it was just purely on the animation team. That wasn't written in the script.
Yeah, I really appreciate those details.
Yeah. I really think the animation team has killed it this game. Like honestly, Jesus.
Except some melee enemy attacks. The animation is so snappy and quick that
Well, yeah,
one
but
frame the enemies wind up. The next frame it's in you and you're hurt and you
yeah,
have
but also like
nothing to do.
that's also like the range of the thing and the gameplay of it, not just the animation. You know.
Yeah, but I guess the hitbox like trigger has to line up with the animation. So I don't know which one influences which one, but I would assume the animation is done first, and then they
Mm.
code the rest accordingly.
Yep,
But yeah, that's all for
that's all for
stories
today.
and
Yeah.
delivery.
I mean, okay, just to round up, we're in point 9 completed. Now point 10 and points 10 and 11 are sound. Um, I think a bit of sound effects and so on we can talk about. Music, I think we've talked about basically everything we wanna say while listening to the OST, but we can have some details now. Then 12 is UI and menu interfaces. I have a lot to talk about there. Um,
Sorry, family.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. 13 is customization and cheats. That's a couple of cool things we can talk about there. 14 and 15 is what was good and bad. What was a good idea or a bad idea to cut from the game. Um, then 16 is references and Insomnia Museum. And
Oh,
17 is more
just by cutting, I don't mean like cut from the final version of Rift Apart, but like from the
other
series, what they
games that,
did not
yeah, yeah.
continue to do anymore.
I also understood that like that, but nice. And then the last point, 17, is more like outside of the game itself, dev management and PR. What like making this game meant in real life and information we have about that, and have a couple of things I wanna mention. So yeah, we're missing that, but on like it's still 8 points. Um, but from like our specific points we wanted to talk about, um, we're more than halfway done. So probably the next,
I'm like 80% done.
yeah, and I'm like 60% done
And
because I
the
have,
remaining categories are way smaller, I think.
yeah, and
Like
I
a
and like
lot less to talk about the entire universe of the
yeah,
entire franchise, for example.
my the most like when we go like when we complete point 12, basically we're gonna be like 80% complete, both of us, because I have a lot of things on point 12 that are variations of small things I wanna really mention. So yeah, Thanks again, Zell. I'm sorry again. We couldn't finish on another almost 5 hours.
It's fine. It's like there's so much to talk about, really,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean,
and
it's
that's
gonna
the
be like
hallmark of people caring about something.
too much even.
If you really didn't care, you would be done after 3 sentences saying it was okay. Yeah.
Yeah, basically. Um, so in any case, um, thanks Sapphire for being here. Oh, thanks for
And
your
we
feedback
loved
and
you,
for
Sapphire.
love you.
Oh wait, we still do. Well, would you look at that?
Love you too, man. Love seeing you here. I'm gonna check if the notification I have on Discord is Nick actually streaming because today's Sunday, and it is. Okay. So let's raid Nick, shall we? He's on
Oh,
he's on Megalopolis, so he probably died. Um. So yeah. Um. Again, we'll leave it here. We have 7 points, which is more than no, it's not more than half. No, we have 8 points still, right?
yes.
Because it's from 10 to 17. Okay. Um,
Quantitatively doesn't matter too much. I think we're like 80% done.
yeah, I think the remaining points are shorter, of course, like for sure. So yeah, thanks El, thank you everyone. I hope you enjoyed this. Um, and I hope you enjoyed the final, probably, hopefully, final part of this review. Whenever Zel and I both can talk for like 5 more hours. So yeah. See you then.
Thanks for having me again, Al. That's it's been fun, but we sure like 100% will finish the next time.
I think we will.
There's no excuse now.
Okay, let me stop sharing you thing. Uh, okay. And yeah, let's finish it here. Thank you again. Bye. The highlight people, I mean, thank you so much for watching. I never know. I have to finish first the highlight, so yeah. Thank you for watching. If you're watching this in the future, that was like the 10th hour already of what I think about Ripped Apart. So you go, you, and yeah. See you on the third part. Which, if you're watching the highlight, probably is already out. Look it up. Bye.
You guys.